please. Welcome, everybody. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic that stands one nation. You, everyone who is here tonight, appreciate you coming. Do we have any residents requests?
Mrs. Johnson, I'm sorry, before we start, one of the things we can just do to know who, if anyone's online from a board member standpoint,
Oh, correct.
we know who's in the room. I know Mr. Garber will be joining in a few minutes. Dr. Danger, so if you can keep an eye out for
I will.
him moving in,
Is Mr. Wagner supposed to join us?
possibly in person.
Okay,
And I know Mr. Donato is here as well.
Mr. Vogelmuth is here. But we're going to start without them.
Yep.
Um,
And then, I'm sorry, Mrs. Johnson, one more, if I can just
Sorry.
make one announcement at the beginning here
as
before we
many
start.
As you want.
Thank you. I just want, if you are looking at our agenda, you will see that it is slightly different from what we normally do in terms of breaking things up in terms of the education programs, policy meeting, as well as the public comment portion. The reason we are doing that is solely because we have a lot of district events going on in which our building administrators need to be back in their buildings. And they have presentations tonight that have been set and the board has known that they are coming. So that is the reason why we are having the programs piece go first and with our building administrators to be sharing information about their buildings. We then have a brief exec session with our solicitor, and then we'll be back and then we'll begin the any public comment for policy and then to the policy discussions. This is not the norm, but the reason, again, we had to do it was because of the schedules of the district. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. We did have some inquiries about the why, so I just wanted to explain the why for that.
Some wild guesses about
So-
why out there too.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone signed up to,
We do not
residents?
have any public speakers for ed programs.
I'm sorry, we do not, right?
Correct, not for ed programs. There will be
Sorry.
for
Okay.
policy.
Sorry. All right, let's get started then. Dr. Dandridge.
All right. I am battling a new computer, so if you just give me a minute, I will try and get this up and running. Let's see. Or do I? I see how I can do a presentation. See if I can get it on this computer.
Mr. Wagner's on as well. Mhm.
All right, wonderful. So this evening is part 2 of our data presentation for the district. Tonight will be focused on building results. So we do have our principals and our curriculum supervisors here to share data about their individual buildings. Just want to take a moment to review some of the slides from last meeting just to set the stage. Show you some of the an example screen so you have an orientation to what the data will look like. Then we'll be bringing our principals up to speak about their individual data. We will close with some instructional priorities in the district and then have some question and answer time at the end. So as you remember, we talked about participation rates. So that is one of the elements that you will see on the building slides. That's our district snapshot. Anything below 95% would count against a building in terms of their building scores. So ESSA requires that we have a meet 95% threshold for participation for each of the subjects. So that would be in ELA, math, and science. So those data elements will be on your charts today so that you can see. The building scores, as we talked about, is really a combination of both the academic achievement data, also the growth data, as well as a school's attendance rate and their graduation rate, if applicable. There is a economically disadvantaged challenge multiplier that's added to all schools across the state. We were very proud of the building scores that we had this past year. We saw an increase in almost all of our schools. Our elementaries actually averaged #1 in the intermediate unit in IU 13. So that 85.04 average was the top district average for elementary schools. In the IU, our middle schools were right around the middle. They were at 10th in the IU for an average score, and our high school was #6 average in the IU. So all those scores are there. You can see the changes from last year's scores to this year's scores.
Hey Doug, is that all the schools in the elementary in the Lancaster County or Lancaster Lebanon IU?
Lancaster Lebanon.
And how many total schools is that for everyone to understand?
I would have to pull that open. I'm not
Okay.
sure exactly how many. I can get that for you.
If 10's about in the middle, it's probably 20 something,
It's more than that.
more than that. Okay, just curious so that people understand.
Correct. Just to give you an orientation, because you will see these colors a lot this evening. The growth scores come from a system called PVAS. That is pretty consistent there, with the dark blue being significant evidence that a school exceeded the growth standard for the state. That is dark blue or well above score there. All the way down to red, which would be significant evidence that the school did not meet the growth standard. So the state makes a projection about all student scores, what they anticipate those students will receive. And then there is a color coding score that is based on whether they met those projections or not. So we are always looking for green and above, that we've met that standard, that we have grown students as we expected to throughout that year. Anything in yellow is red are things that we were looking at and paying attention to make sure that we're addressing. They do vary year to year by cohorts, but in general, that's the key that you will see on all of our slides.
And Dr. Dandridge, just to follow up on that. These do not correlate to above and below.
Correct. So this,
Yeah, give us a little more detail if you would, please.
Sure.
On exactly what these mean, because it's the way that they have each color anchored is just not normally the way these things are described.
so I think part of what you're talking about is the difference between achievement and growth, right? So students will receive a score of advanced, proficient, basic, or below basic. That's an achievement score that they receive on their PSA and Keystone results. This is about growth. So this is a projection that the state makes, and then whether they met that or did not meet that, or is there evidence that they have met those growth standards or not?
So since they're benchmarked against projections and not actual results, it's much harder to say definitively whether they've exceeded, significantly exceeded, failed to exceed, or significantly failed to exceed.
What you are getting is whether there is evidence that the cohort or the students or the grade level that you are looking at showed that there was plenty of evidence to show that they exceeded the growth standard or the projection that was set for them. Okay.
Is this growth from year to year? So like if I'm a junior, how much I expected to, or if I'm in 6th grade or 5th grade, the next year, how much I'm expected to grow in the grade? Is that how it is?
It's what you're expected to perform on that year's, either whether we're looking at PSSA growth or Keystone growth, right? So what you're anticipated to score on that year's state assessment, and then whether you met that or not. The chart that I just brought up now shows what those growth numbers look like each year. So as for the district, excuse me. So if we're looking at 2023, fourth grade math shows significant evidence that we have met the growth standards with our students. Our fourth grade students last year exceeded the growth targets that they were expected to hit. We show significant evidence of that. And we see that in fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade, and eighth grade in math. In seventh grade, we have evidence that we did not meet that standard for both 22 and 23. So those are areas, obviously, that we are looking to make adjustments.
I have a question. I'm not sure I know exactly how to phrase it the right way.
Sure.
So these are what we think. So where is what it was? The actual scores.
So
This is a projection.
right.
So, which is great. There's some red and yellow in here.
Sure. Yeah.
So,
What I'm gonna show you next, I
are we going to
think.
get to actual
Yeah.
scores?
So what I want to do is take you through, and maybe this will help answer that question for you. A sample slide for you to see all the different kinds of data that principals are going to be talking about in a moment. Because what we attempted to capture on these slides are both growth and achievement data for you, okay? So this is a sample, it's fictitious data, right? But I'm going to show you all the elements that are here that you can look at. In the top right, you're going to have, the demographic breakdown for the individual school. We have enrollment data, the percentages for economically disadvantaged, ELS, gifted, homeless, and special education. By the way, those are our district averages on this sample slide. You'll get the building score, which we talked about just a moment ago. So you can see that for each school. You'll get the participation rates for ELA, for math, and for science for each of those schools. And then you have these charts here. So on these charts, what we're trying to show for you, we have both the ELA and the math scores for you. The achievement is going to be shown here on the y-axis, right? So if I am looking at a cohort of students on the left-hand side, these are my current 23-24 seventh graders. Last year's sixth grade scores are what we're going to have here. This fictitious group would have scored about 72% proficient in that class on their ELA test. In general, as I'm looking at this graph, I am seeing a growth in achievement with that cohort. So we feel great in fourth grade. They scored about 52% proficient, just below 70 in fifth grade. We are growing up to just above 70% in sixth grade. So I feel good about the achievement. However, if I look at the color coding now of this bar, that's telling me the growth. That's telling me that, yes, their achievement was great, but they didn't grow as much as they were expected to. I could have gotten even more out of those students, okay? So with this fictitious class right here, you will get in their fifth grade year, we really didn't grow them as much as the state thought we could. And in their sixth grade year, a little bit better, but not quite the greens and blues that we want to see. Does that help a little bit with the graph in terms of what we're trying to show? And again, the principals will start to highlight some of that information for you. It is a look over time. So while on this chart, I've got, fourth, fifth, and sixth grade scores for this cohort, those are our current seventh graders. Our current sixth graders, we just have third, fourth, and fifth grade data for them. Fifth grade will have third and fourth. Our fourth graders only took the state assessment in third grade, so we only have one data point for them.
So there's a lot of data here.
There is, yeah.
I'm wondering, will the PBAAS, does the state just compute that kind of out of the air based on previous years?
Yeah, so the PVAS methodologies, there are a lot of pretty weighty formulas in the background that is attempting to take all of the data that they would have on a student's third grade assessment results, fourth grade assessment grade results in all subject matters to make projections about where they think those students will perform.
Okay, and then is the what is it, PS?
PSAs.
It's been a long time since
Yeah.
my kids have taken those tests. So then we get the actual results of those and they make that chart.
Correct.
Okay, so we don't have to compute any of this or they compute it for us.
Right, so the achievement results, the growth data, all of that is publicly available either on the PVAS public site or on the state's report card, the PA Future Ready Index site. All that information is available. You can look at it for any school, any district across the state.
Okay, so thank you for that explanation. So a couple of questions, and I don't expect you to really answer those right now. I think I'll get the answers when I hear from the teachers and the principals and the curriculum directors. Like, so what?
Yeah,
You know what, how does this help me? Like I look at this chart right here and it's like, wow, I really need to work on 7th grade math. So what do I do with that?
that's exactly what we're hoping to talk
And,
about
yeah.
tonight. So you'll hear each of the principals talk about their individual building data,
Right.
which is going to look a little different from the district data. They're going to talk about some successes that they see in the data and then some areas that they're working on for growth for their building to address what they're seeing in those scores.
Okay, at the end of the 33 pages.
You got it.
Yeah.
No, that'll be throughout. That'll be throughout.
So will we also hear anecdotal information? These test scores are great. But I know it's been a long time since I've been in a classroom, but sometimes it's like, wow, we're doing better than I thought, or like, oh, I'm so disappointed. So will we get some anecdotal feedback as well, or do we have to ask questions of every person that stands up?
We do have Q&A time at the very end if you don't hear what you're looking for, but that is the anticipation that you'll hear some of those stories as they present today.
That is great. I just want to know, are you feeling good about what's happening?
Yeah,
I think you're moving ahead and kids are excited about school.
Yeah.
Most of them.
Yeah.
We always have some that are not excited.
Yeah, as you might recall from our district presentation that we did at the board meeting, we're really proud of the results. Those building
Sure.
scores are phenomenal. We saw some great growth in our
Right.
math scores, especially in the elementary with the
We
new
did.
program in year 1. So lots of good stuff to celebrate.
Yeah.
Obviously, we'd love to be dark blue and 100% everywhere. You know, there's still room for growth and there's still areas that we are paying attention to and trying to address. But overall, we feel very positive about the data presentations this year.
Yeah, they were great.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, they were great. I just want to understand more of what's going on, and I'm looking forward to hearing from each
Yeah.
principal that is here. And I don't want to just hear good stuff. I want to hear a really good, complete picture of what's going on.
Mr. Donato?
Just example, you have a student that takes the 3rd grade PSSA test and they score advanced with it. For them to demonstrate, even they go into 4th grade, 5th grade, they go back to proficient, which is still great, but they're not showing growth then. This is the one, to me, I just remember, this is the one disadvantage of this system. Now, I know they look at cohorts, but technically, it's sort of like, okay, they got A's but now they're getting B's. They're still doing very well, but this system has some drawbacks in that case, because I do remember that teaching the kids. And if you score really, really well, like getting most all the questions answered completely, you could still score advanced and consider not having growth because it's a little harder in 4th and 5th and 6th going through. So that's just, what we're doing is great, but there are some flaws built in, not our fault, but some flaws built into the system.
It is, as we always say, a single data point. It
Yeah.
definitely has its limitations. It is not the complete picture, not the only thing we look at. It's an important snapshot for us to look at and to consider because we are talking collectively about data instead of individual student data points. But when we get into the principals running data team meetings throughout the year, they're going into much more granular data and data that they can collect in the building more often rather than a single state assessment, highest stakes test that is given once a year.
Doug, I have a question. So kind of how Mr. Donato talked about like individual students, but wouldn't something like this show, you know, do we need to switch up our curriculum, like a bigger umbrella thing, not necessarily looking at individual students? That growth, or like he said in third grade, they performed really high, and then in fourth grade, there was a little lag. Could be like, look at that fourth grade curriculum, not necessarily student, but other things.
Sure. Yeah, there are a lot of pieces, and actually, the state puts out, some of these digging deeper guides, that we use, regularly in the buildings to ask some of those questions. Is it about curriculum? Is it about instruction? Is it about the assessments that were given? There's lots of different factors that could contribute to that, to have some of those rich data conversations.
I think we all recognize that we are dealing with people. Fourth graders are crazy, middle schoolers are wacky. We have good days and bad days as adults and people in charge as well. So I think I like test scores, but I know it's not the only indicator. That's why I want some
Sure. Yeah.
anecdotal, and also bringing up the programs and the curriculum. I think our curriculum directors routinely are looking at that, which is, and we've got our curriculum cycle. And I hope to see this next time we get these read in the growth projections in the math to really see how the kids have been impacted by the new math curriculum that they are now getting in the elementary school, and how it transitions them and carries them over to the middle school. And so far, what I've heard is it's coming. It's coming along, but they're not there yet.
Yeah, we are moving that into the seventh grade this year. But what, to your point, after you hear all the data about the individual buildings, we have Mr. Hoffman and Mrs. Dicely here to talk about some of those instructional priorities and how they're looking at the data and how they're addressing it with some of the curricular priorities that we have in the building,
That's on
or in the
page
district, excuse me.
33 summary.
You got it. You got
Okay.
it.
All right, thank you.
All right, last piece I just want to point out before we move off this slide. There is a lot of data. It is overwhelming, and don't expect you to pull it all together. Certainly ask questions as you have them. You will notice that in all the graphs, the bar on the left is gray. There is no color, and that's just because you need at least 2 years of data to determine any kind of growth. So the first year, which is usually a third grade year in most of the grade levels, you don't have any growth data. And that is because there's only 1 year of data there. So they haven't made projections yet if they don't have any. And I say that particularly because our first building that we are going to look at is LPC, and they only have 1 grade level that is a tested grade level that is grade 3. So I'm going to have Mr. Swatner come up here and talk about LPC, some of the successes in the data and some of the things they're working on to build.
Yeah, after all those colorful graphs that Dr. Dandridge was showing, you get to see all gray right across there, right? I know you had already referenced the state is trying to compare apples to apples. So what they score in third grade, do they make their year's growth in fourth grade? And then do they make their year's growth from fourth grade to fifth grade? So what we do in third grade is the benchmark because it's the first year they take the PSSA. But what you're seeing up there is more like a set of apples, a set of oranges, a set of grapes, and a set of coconuts or something, right? Because each year is different. So the kids are different every year. But if you look at our graphs over the course of the last 5 years, take out the 2020 year, you'll see the highest peak is in last year, this most recent year. So we're super proud of those numbers that you see up there with our third grade, because it was also a large cohort of students with 7 classrooms, close to 175 students who were in our class. So they're the achievement scores, and the highest achievement we've had in both ELA and math over the last 5 years was this past school year. So our ELA is pretty close to what you see there, but the math is a pretty good spike. I'm sure you're going to hear from my colleagues as they stand up and talk about their buildings, that we were super proud of the math growth across the district this past year. So in the successes that you see highlighted there is the highest achievement with our third grade PSSA growth, specifically in that math. What you don't see, and I know Mrs. Johnson referred to earlier, is a lot of other things that happen. Although we didn't have the colorful graphs, I would venture to say we have the most colorful building with close to 600 boys and girls that are no older than 9 years old. So there's a lot of learning happening at the primary level. And our first grade teachers, they started the year with our Acadian CLA growth and students at like 39% of the students who were either below or well below the benchmark. And by the end of the year, they took that down to 22%. So there's a lot of other good things that is happening in different data points, but you might not see it on the
Can you
PSSA.
just say
data point
what you just
specifically.
Said one more time.
Yeah, our first grade. So
Yeah.
Acadians is another measure that we use in the district in all of our buildings for ELA growth.
Mhm.
And we have that to help us when we have those data team meetings that Dr. Dandridge talked about, where we look at what we're doing and then how we can group students to target their skills in smaller groups. And when you have students that are showing up as below in the reds or the yellows that you saw up there, you try to get them extra intervention with targeted skills with what they need based on those assessments. And by the end of the school year, our first grade staff moved 17% of those individuals and those students to the green, which would be the proficient. Okay, the growth areas that you see up there, obviously, we're piloting the 2 programs, Wit and Wisdom and Savas LifeView. So I have 1 grade level piloting one of the programs and 1 grade level piloting the other. So it's always new when you're adopting change and looking at new programs, and as it's a learning curve for all of us. ELA is a little scarier than the math because ELA is the cornerstone for everything. You want the kids to be able to read, the problem solve. And I have the math implementation, because even though we're proud as a district, not just my building, but many of my colleagues, as I mentioned, we're making great growth. You saw the scores, but now how do we dial down to the students who are below or well below, and how can we target their instruction maybe outside of the math program through the different supplemental resources we can create for them with the data that we collect. In addition to that, I know Mrs. Johnson also had made mention of days like the weather, good days, bad days, and some days great things are happening. Other days it's a little bit more of a challenge. Our students and the different environments they come from, we're trying to make stronger connections to home, make more positive phone calls when it's warranted, recognize the positive students and bucket fillers who are awesome students at All Stars through our PBIS programming, which I highlighted last year up here. And a lot of our students are striving to be bucket fillers through some of the communications we're making, but now we're taking it another step with our staff. They all have this book on a 15-minute focus where it tries to connect some of the social and emotional learning pieces and behavioral challenges that we may see in classrooms, because a lot of kids come with different things, different environment, and how can we address that social and emotional need to get them in a good place so that they're ready to learn and they can maximize their learning in the classrooms with the teachers. So we're focusing on that as a building as well, something we're proud of, and the teachers are really working on it and implementing some of those strategies. So, and I heard, is any questions, or we're gonna do that at the end? Is that what you said? We're gonna do all the questions at the end, or now, or?
We can do questions at the end.
Yeah,
Let them-
actually, no, I have a question now. Who is Amy Dean? Is she the author of the book?
The author of the book.
Oh, okay,
15-minute
got it. Thank
focus.
you.
Yeah, several different books she's written with 15-minute focus. I stole this from my colleagues. I always say it's never okay to steal unless you're stealing a good idea. And I always try to steal their good ideas when we have our principal meetings.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, and thanks for your flexibility to move this to the front so we can head to our buildings for some stuff.
All right, good evening. I get to follow Mr. Swatner because his students follow right to my school. Really proud of our elementary, just overall. It was great to see that throughout the IU13, we were the highest with our building scores. And some of the things on my graph that I wanted to highlight was our building score for the 2nd year in a row was the highest we've ever had. So we're showing that through some of the implementation we've had instructionally, through the curriculum, through the environment that we're trying to develop with our students, that our building score continues to be excellent. And the areas that we're working on specifically, I can address at the next slide. Thank you. Like I said, I highlighted our building score is the highest it's ever been. Our math growth score was through the roof, and thanks to Jason Hoffman and the implementation of our new math curriculum, that was pretty consistent across all elementaries. One more other thing to highlight there's some letters up there. We love our letters in elementary school, but our text dependent analysis, our 4th graders averaged a 10.81. I know that's just random numbers out there, but that is an exceptional score. It's a part of the ELA assessment in which Students either get a 1, 2, 3, or 4, and it's multiplied then by 4 points. So the most they can get is a 16. Most averages you'll see is about like an 8 or a 9. Our 4th grade really went above and beyond with the work of our reading specialist, Mrs. Piper, to do some TDA breakdowns and camps and working really as a team, and it showed and it paid off. And it's actually something we're implementing in the other grade levels as well, both 5th and 6th grade. Some growth areas, we are revamping our school-wide positive behavior interventions and supports. We're looking at some research-based practices there. We're doing some action study with that. And we're gonna really up our goal this year. I think when I put these goals up there at the beginning of the year, my teachers were a little like, come on, Ian, that seems like pie in the sky. But I want to see 90% of our kids be proficient in science, 80% of our kids be proficient in the ELA, and 70% in math. That is a pretty astronomical number, but a goal is great without a plan, it's nothing. So what we've been working on is the best instructional practices you can do are to have grade checks for understanding, an excellent spiral review, or distributed practice. So all of my work with my teachers has been focused on those 2 areas. Questions?
What's SWPBS again?
School-wide positive behavior intervention and support. We're looking at Tom Bennett's work through that. Also Doug Lemoff's work through that. Really looking at teaching the expected behaviors. We use a lot of expected and unexpected talk. And what's great is we have a variety of teachers working through this. We're meeting every month to look at some of those areas. We're looking at the data trends that we're seeing. We're trying to adapt and modify. We have a student leadership team that's also working with us to teach some of those lessons. So it's kind of cool because our 6th graders are actually teaching the lessons of this is what's expected on the bus or in the bathroom or in the hallway and those types of things. So we're trying a lot of new things. We're trying to, every time we do it, we look at what does the research say behind it. But then when we then implement it, we're getting feedback. Did that work or didn't that work? How do we adapt or change or modify in those sense?
Thank you.
So I have a question.
Sure.
Did I hear you want 90%?
Don't hold me to it. I don't want to be in too much trouble here. Yeah.
80 for ELA and. but you
70 for
said
math.
Reading was the cornerstone, so, no, you didn't say that. You said that. So why isn't ELA 90+%?
Yeah, it's a good question. So 90% in science is the kind of the area we're close to, right? So the goal is how do we get to this next step? This is the next step. We're about 88% in science in 4th grade right now. In ELA, across all 3 grade levels, we're somewhere in the 70s, or like 73, 74. Like, I'm tired of being 73 and 74. I want to be 80. Like, if we're really going to implement the systems that we have and people we have to implement those interventions, our core instruction has to get to the point where we're having 80% of the students be proficient or advanced in ELA. So it's a little bit of a push. We're pushing people, but it's good because it's causing a lot of growth areas. So all these areas we're close to this. How do we take that next step?
And by proficient, you mean for the ELA, they like read at grade level?
On the PSSAs, 80% are proficient or advanced.
And you're at 73.
It depends what grade level. We're like 73, 74, 72.
In the 70s for the school.
Yeah, per grade level.
You want the 80.
At 180s.
So
All right,
I'm sorry, go
thanks.
ahead. So obviously you share this with the teachers, but do you ever share this with the kids?
That's a good question, because some of the teachers said, am I gonna share this with the parents? So I made it part of our back to school night, saying like, we're gonna push and it's gonna be tough at times and there's gonna be stress and difficulties. What we do is with the school-wide positive behavior plan, we adapted and changed, like Mr. Swatner said, stealing from our principals. I stole from Dr. Swatner with her idea of doing monthly meetings. So we meet with the students monthly and we talk about like habits of attention. How do you actually learn? How do you put things into long-term memory? What does it mean to be responsible and respectful as a learner? So we then do awards where teachers award students for that, and then they recognize them and explain some of those things. The idea is to transmit the culture. This is what we want our culture to be hardworking students focused on the learning while still having fun and enjoying each other. So that's a little bit of how we're trying to implement that.
By the time we have the scores, the year will be over, so the students won't know if they met it, right?
Oh, right. It's a good question.
So
We'll have to bring him back. I'll have to have Dr. Mack bring back the sixth graders so we can have a big
I just
celebration.
think it might be cool, the
Yeah.
kids know they're working for a goal
Yeah.
together, scores.
No,
That
that's,
might create some incentive, I don't know.
yeah. So our teachers, when we do our data team meetings, they then have data team meetings with the students. They'll pull them and show their Acadians, their exact path. We just got all their PVAS projections that Dr. Dandridge was talking about. So then we will share that. Here's what the projection is saying where you should be and use it as a motivational tool with them. Some teachers will actually have like a data slide folder that the students keep, and then they'll write goals based on, it's more micro, not macro, like you're talking
Yeah.
about more macro goals. They make
Yeah,
more
yeah.
micro goals of the students.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Tricia Pearson from Farmdale. So thank you so much for giving each of us an opportunity to share with you our successes and also our goals. When we take a look at the data, just as you had mentioned, Mrs. Johnson, there's so many other ways to identify success. And I am blessed to be at Farmdale with all the successes that we are accomplishing each and every day. But what I did want to do is, since we were only allowed to talk for a minimal period of time and focus on two successes, I'd like to speak to those two. At Farmdale, we talk about academic achievement and we talk about academic growth. And I think Doug did a great job of explaining the difference, but I'll reiterate that academic achievement is measured based on our PSSA scores. So this is how each student actually performed. And I was really, really pleased because all of our grade levels grew significantly with the proficient and advanced from the previous year. You know, anytime you're setting a goal, you want it to be realistic and measurable. And as Mrs. Johnson just asked the question to Ian about the 90%, you want to make sure it's attainable, stretch them just far enough. So what we're seeing is growth in a positive direction, and that's definitely celebratory in ELA and also in math. The second celebration or success that I'd like to point out has to do with, conversely, the PVAS. So our Pennsylvania Value Added Assessment projections. And that's how we predict students to perform on the PSSA in those testable areas, in those testable grade levels. And we did have, and Mrs. Eshelman, you were mentioning about curriculum-wise, and do we take a look at data not only from a student level, but curriculum? Absolutely. And sometimes there's some anomalies. I was shocked to see when we dig deeper into data, the one grade level was much lower because I wouldn't have predicted that. However, on a success level, I did see that out of those grade levels in those three testable areas of ELA, math, and science, that we did either meet or, we either did meet, exceed, or we exceeded well above the projections for PVAS, and that's very celebratory. As Ian had just answered to you with regard to question about setting goals and sharing with students, I think it is important to also point out to students their successes and their individual goals. And just as Ian had said, all of our elementary schools, we encourage teachers to share the data with students and focus on the successes and set those realistic goals for them as well. So that way, during the year, if you're not aware, we do something kind of like a well check throughout the year. And just as you take a baby for a well check yearly, we do well checks throughout the year for beginning, middle, and end with our diagnostic assessments. So those are helping us to see our students on that path of success. And at that time, that's when we're sharing with students their individual progress and also sharing that out with parents. Two areas of growth. And I'd also like to just, sorry guys, say that both a growth area at Farmdale that we're focusing on, I'd also like to say is a success. We want our school to be a very welcoming, warm, inviting place where students feel comfortable and safe. And that's an important foundation in order for all of this learning and data to come to fruition. So one of our growth areas is to continue to focus on school climate and culture throughout Farmdale. And we're doing that in a number of different ways. Just as Ian was talking about the PBIS, which is our positive behavior incentive, We are focusing on that through what we call our Be the One, encouraging students to be safe, respectful, responsible, and engaged, and being the one not only for themselves, but others. We're refining that every year. We're finding ways to better meet students' needs. Our second step curriculum. Here we are in our second year. We're trying a new curriculum that's in alignment with that, with our sixth grade this year. We're tying that in not only for our weekly lessons, but also our monthly assemblies. Just as Ron is doing book studies, so are we at Farmdale. This is our year 2 of trying to include everybody into our book study as well, focusing on relationships. We're also in trying to continue to refine our communication with home so we can partner there. And then finally, finding other creative ways. At Farmdale, we focus on one book, one school in a little bit different way. You may have read that on a recent post from the communications office, but just trying to make our big school a little bit smaller so students feel really comfortable and safe and come to school and focus on their job as a learner. You had talked about, when are those math scores? When are we going to see those math scores? It's here. We're experiencing it now. In year 2, we are refining our approach with our math instruction. Now that the teachers have gone through this for a year, they're comfortable with the program, and now they're refining their instructional approach. Now we can really start to dig deep. This program is tough, and I think the most difficult thing for our students and our teachers is that productive struggle, stretching their brains enough where they're going to grow without making it hurt too much. But we've seen growth. And I think that both Kathy and also Jason will talk about that in general. Our elementary focus with math is to continue to use our current math program as well as Exact Path, which is a program students are on daily. That focuses on their individual learning path, but to continue to identify areas of strength and need and refine our instruction. I'm thrilled with where we are with math, and I'm really excited about where we're headed.
I have a question. You said it was a really tough program. Who's it tough for? The teachers or the kids?
All of the above.
Okay. So
And
they
I
struggle
would
through
say
it
also,
together.
yeah, I would say too, we have some people speaking from the crowd, the parents. It
I
is.
see a lot of head shaking.
We're teaching, yes. I joked a few years ago when I was a 4th grade teacher and my daughter happened to be in 4th grade. And I would say to the parents, you know, I'm just a little more fortunate than you because I actually had the teacher's manual with me to help my daughter. We're just teaching a little bit different way, and we're teaching them different strategies, still to get to that end result. But what we're doing now is we're teaching children how to think, how to speak mathematically as mathematicians. And that's a little different than I know the way that I grew up learning math. So I'd say all of the above.
And I would say when we were out in the buildings touring, we saw that that the light bulb may not go off today, and that's okay, but you're getting the vocabulary, you're getting the idea. And then when the light bulb does go off, how exciting is that? And your peers see that, but it may not be everyone having that light bulb go off at the same time, and that's okay.
Right.
And so it creates this really positive environment of continuing to work and, you know.
Yep.
So.
Because isn't our ultimate goal is we want to teach children how to think, and that it's not just about the answer, but it's also about the process. And that's what we're focusing on. So our 90 minutes of math in most grade levels, primary, it's 60. Yeah, it's rigorous. But our teachers are doing an exceptional job of still making it fun and making it attainable,
And
even if it hasn't happened yet.
And for adults, because
Yes.
I expect the light bulb to go off for myself because I'm an adult, but it may not right away. And you keep working and you keep
Mhm.
working, and that's okay.
So I know this is kind of off track, but what about the kids whose light bulb doesn't go off? Because that happens, and maybe it's 2 years before it's like, oh, I get it. What happens with those children?
We rely on the exceptional teachers that we've hired to differentiate. And what we need to do is, just as you're building a house, you need to have a strong foundation. And for those students that haven't yet attained those success with the foundation of math, we need to back up and we need to differentiate. And what you will see if you visit an elementary classroom is a lot of them are using almost like a workshop or a rotation station model in which each of us learns differently as well. So based on their data, which includes teacher observation, and the formative and summative assessments. They're able to take pockets of students based on their specific need, and they can teach a whole mini lesson, but then they can pull small groups to end up addressing where the gaps are. So we have exceptional teachers in Hempfield, and they
And I
can perfect their
agree with
craft in that
and
way.
I totally agree. I mean,
Yeah.
it's been a while, but my kids experienced that as well. But,
Mine as well.
so when you do these stations, I know you didn't call them stations, but do you have an aide in there who helps you or parent volunteers or?
It all depends on the particular building. We
Mhm.
do, each building is, the goal is to have 5 building aides. And part of their job is not only supervision at lunch and recess, but also providing some push-in support and working along with the teacher. But it is possible to do with one teacher and a group of students as well. Again, that goes back to, us relying on the professionalism and the organization of our teachers and establishing those routines. So it's possible to do without the extra assistance. Don't get me wrong, we'd love more assistance.
Always, I mean, always, but thank you.
Mrs. Johnson, in my visits, as she said, I've seen they might call it different things, but what I need, things I've been in there, the teachers, they'll be working, it could be language arts, it could be math, the kids are working on different things, the teachers are meeting with certain groups for help, other kids are working on things on their iPads or completing assignments, the teachers usually on the boards have specific things, this is what you should be working on at this time. And I will also say, to go back with different math, and I don't remember, this was from last year when I went around with Dr. Danbridge and we both taught middle school math. And I remember we were in, and I don't remember the building or the grade level, but the teacher was presenting something. And I think we both walked up and looked at each other and said, and here we are, math teachers. Wow, this is like different. We had never seen anything, we understood it. Or maybe I should say he understood it, I didn't, but it was, it was different. So these, different approaches going on in there.
Thank you for mentioning intervention, because when I was answering your question, Mrs. Johnson, I was focusing more on the math block, that time period that's focused solely on math. But the intervention, which is across all elementary schools, is an hour period of time, 30 minutes for ELA, 30 minutes for math. And that is an exceptionally helpful time for students to get what they need. And that's also another time in which we're able to differentiate.
So during that time, when they get intervention, I'm thinking about the gifted kids, do you give them, so they have more time to not
It's about giving
necessarily dump the
everybody.
curriculum, but to explore other things?
Absolutely. It's about giving everybody what they need during that time.
See, I come to your building and I just don't look at the Farmville duck. I do pay attention every once in a while. Only you understand.
Much appreciated. Yes.
I did want to comment when we were in your building. What day was that? Was that just yesterday?
It may have
It
been.
doesn't
I
matter.
don't know. It seems.
I was
yeah.
very impressed.
And
with
thank
your-
you for coming also.
It was,
Thank you.
it was delightful. The one book, one school, the way you had the families organized of multiple grade levels all reading the same book, and how that builds the culture within your building, and the students having that connection to people throughout the building, not just in their own cohort, and the responsibility given to the upper grade levels to go and find their younger student in a younger grade and escort them. It all, I know you said it's organized chaos. It was very organized, and they all knew what they were doing, and it was a really lovely thing. So keep it up.
Thank you. And that wouldn't be possible without, the collaboration of everybody at Farmdale.
Very nice.
We work together as a well-oiled machine. Lots of love and care. Thank you.
By the way, welcome to the student council. Whatever you were doing, I hope you had fun and you did well. Thanks for coming tonight.
And I'm sorry, just since the principals are leaving, I've been around visiting and some of you have seen me. And again, thank you for all you've done. You've all known I've been in your buildings. I've made it to the rest of the day. So I just want to, again, thank you. It is a hard role when you figure Morristown's our smallest building. There's over 450 kids in there. And we've had this discussion before with the board, how much responsibility each of our building administrators take each day with their kids, and they really do care, and they really do a great job. So thank you. And I'm sorry, I see people leaving, so, and I know they have things. to
I'm
go
sure they appreciate it. Thank you. Lannis Middle School, good evening, everybody. Three things I wanted to point out on this particular graph is if you look at the very top, the participation rates, you can see they're listed in red. So we have not hit that 95% threshold. So every student below the 95% threshold counts as a failing score. They are an improvement from last year. Last year, all three subject areas were high 80s. Now we're starting to creep into the 90s and with the goal of hopefully getting into that 95% soon. The second thing I want to point out, you'll see a lot of red and green. That's related to the growth, the proficiency score. All of those scores in English and math are above the state average, significantly above the state average for most of them for proficiency. But you'll notice all the red are in 7th grade and all of the green and blue are in 8th grade. So if you look at the bottom corner, it says 2023 growth. You'll see 7th grade is red and 8th grade is green and blue. And it's not uncommon in middle school in particular to have a transition dip. So as kids switch buildings from 6th to 7th grade, it's very common that, you know, those kids struggle to make that first transition. So the good news is, and it's one of my growths, is by the time they leave, they're meeting that projection, that growth projection, so they're prepared for the high school. But we are looking at ways to try to reduce the transition dip from 6th to 7th grade. So that was the first success. I mentioned briefly there, the 8th grade cohort is meeting or exceeding the PVAS projection in math and English and exceeding it in algebra and science. I think both middle schools are doing very, very well in science. The other thing I'll mention, a lot of schools have a tough time with their subgroups, and our subgroups have met nearly every single growth projection on their PSSA scores. That includes the ELL, that means Hispanic students, our Black students, students of two races, economically disadvantaged. They are meeting the growth metrics, which a lot of schools struggle to do. Some growth areas, something we did this year, which you know, I think really is important to the culture of the building, but also is important to the growth as teachers, is we implemented something called instructional rounds. And it's based off the medical rounds that they do with physicians. So what happens is each month, teachers will visit another teacher in the building. And we'll use an engagement framework and talk about what's going on in the classroom. They'll get to see different strategies being used, different classroom management tactics, and we'll have a shared understanding of what good teaching and learning looks like. It has been a really positive to the building, because the other thing it does is it builds community. So teachers get a chance to see each other, respect each other at their craft. It's been a really nice, positive addition to our building this year. The second area of growth, and you're going to hear from a lot of people, is math. It's not just us, it's nationwide. You know, we have green as far as growth, but 34% is proficient, and that's above the state average. 34%, we have to do a better job. You know, these kids are moving on to the next level, and we need to make sure they're prepared. So that's an area that the entire district is looking at. I know Kathy Dicely and her crew are working feverishly to make that. Question?
Just curiosity, Dr. Mack, what do you suppose are the best ways to minimize that dip that you mentioned in the transition into 7th grade? I mean, probably not easy to do, I would imagine. What, like, are there ways to do that? What are you looking at? How do you do that?
Yeah, I think one of the most important things we can do is have more coordination with the 6th grade teachers and their buildings to get a feel for the students and their scores. One of the issues that we have is by the time we get the PSSA scores, it's November. So it's almost like an autopsy instead of actionable data that we use right off the bat. So we're constantly looking, we're constantly getting information from them. But it'd be nice if we got the scores a little bit sooner. The other thing is just focusing on the standards. You know, spiraling the curriculum is something we're looking at. We're also looking at the PSSA blueprint. So making sure we understand what's being tested, what are the high yield standards, which standards are tested the most, and really making sure we hit those as much as possible.
Thank you.
Do you have any theories about why the participation rate is low across the board and why it's affecting elements and not the other buildings to that degree?
I mean, I have a lot of theories. I can't necessarily prove them.
Right, right.
I think
I'm sorry, what was that, Dr. Mack?
I have a lot of theories. I can't necessarily prove them.
Or just how you might go about addressing.
I think
that.
some of it is PSSA fatigue. I mean, they take it every single year. It doesn't impact their ability to graduate or move on to the next grade. So I think a lot of the parents are saying,
you know, some kids are anxious about it. So instead of them being anxious, they just decide to pull them out and move on to the high school and focus on the Keystones.
Do you have the ability to parse out the data of what would it be without that reduction, that subtracted scoring?
That would be difficult because I'd have to know what those kids might be able to score. But some of our top kids are the kids that are opting out of the PSSA tests.
I think there's another piece just with that, Mrs. Brady, to your question. There are families that just do not subscribe to the notion of standardized testing. And over the years, we've seen kind of a fluctuation of movements around the state, across the country about opting out of the tests. And there have been a lot of misperceptions in some respects with regards to the fact that districts get money based on participation, which is inaccurate. However, there are individuals who just strongly feel that they don't want their children to have to take the test, the pressure for the test, and it does not reflect, because it's one data point in time, an accurate representation of what they do in school. So whether they score really well or don't score well, they just don't want their child to have to experience that. And so that's what we're seeing as a big push during standardized testing. The state fixed that with the Keystones because students, in order to graduate, have to meet halfway. And if you choose not to take the Keystone and don't pass, you have other options. That's not the case for the PSSAs. And so as you've heard, any school that does fall below 95%, that number of students become automatically not proficient, which does dip the score. So.
Dr. McIntyre, are you meeting with the students who opt out and explaining the ramifications of their decision to them and encouraging them to not opt out?
Yeah, so the way the process works is the parent will request to opt out and then you meet with the parent.
I'm sorry?
The way
Can
the
you use the microphone, please?
Yep, sorry. So the way the process works is the parent will request an opt out and then you meet with the parent. They get a chance to look at the materials and they decide to opt out. We do explain, you know, we try to say why this might be beneficial, but a lot of them kind of have their mind made up before they even enter the building to look at the test.
Right, but doesn't it have to be, or maybe I'm conflating this with something else? Doesn't it have to be based on a sincerely based religious conviction?
That's correct.
And what do we require to prove the sincerely based conviction? Because this is problematic, I'll be honest with you. And it's not your fault. It's what are we asking for them documentation wise?
They can just say for religious purposes.
Correct.
And it's not really my place to question it.
That's permissible by the state.
Pardon me?
That's permissible by the state. Simply stating that they have a religious belief or, religious issue with regards to what's on the test. They don't have to get into the specifics.
But I thought, like, for example, and I don't want to jump ahead, but in other spaces, we require evidence of sincerity. Why would we not require that here?
District policy versus state requirements. So for our curriculum and other policies that you've referenced that we've worked on in the past,
Is that in state statute or is it just something that PDE says?
there are religious exemptions for the state that the state puts out to us, and we actually have to follow the process and have to maintain the documentation because we get audited by the state when they come around during testing time. And we actually have to show the documentation of a particular student. If a student gets pulled and they want to see why they opted out, we have to have that material. We have to hold on to it in the schools for several years.
Right, but what, I guess that's my question. If we're not requiring any documentation, then what documentation are you
We
showing?
show them the letter from the parent that stipulates they're not having their child take it due to religious exemptions and concerns about the
No.
test. So that they have to put that in writing.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I've mentioned this to the board too, and
Yeah.
when Dr. Mack mentioned kids, but especially by eighth grade, they're keystoned out. But again, in eighth grade, the kids that are PSSA'd out, the kids that are taking math in eighth grade, and they're also taking algebra. If you think about taking, when you took algebra in high school, thinking about, okay, they're taking eighth grade, and then all of a sudden they have to take the PSSAs. So we're not only making them take the PSSAs in ELA and science and math, we're also making them take the Keystone exams. Now, it's nice the fact that they get, they do well on them, they get credit for it, and that's one of the things for high school. But, again, we're talking about eighth graders.
Yeah, and that's a
this point.
frustration that's been voiced to the state numerous times by,
Yeah, and
ton
that's
of
been going
districts.
on
Yeah,
since my.
and they
yeah.
just refuse to change that. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Sutton, principal at Roarstown. So I'm going to share the successes with you of the students at Roarstown, and knowing that the successes that we're going to share from 22 to 23, there were both growth in our achievement as well as our the growth and the achievement in the building. And that was a direct, and I feel a direct correlation with the hard work and the caring staff that's at Roarstown. But as well, that comes from the connections that have been made with the families, with the community, with the students. And I think they've worked really hard over the last couple of years to build that community and to build those connections with the staff, between the staff and the families that are there. And I think that's a really important piece as we go forward with this. There's been a lot of hard work, and that is that direct reflection of the hard work, not only at Roarstown, but I think about all of the schools. So when you look at that, you see that blue and that green, and that's that direct reflection of that hard work from the students as well as the parents and the staff. So our successes, that math, both the math and the ELA scores indicate at least a year's growth. So when we looked through there, we saw all that blue, green, light blue, or the dark blue. So we had a year's growth in all of in those areas, as well as something we were really proud are our ELD students, our English language learner students, the growth that was shown with those students at that point as well. And then one of the areas, the two areas that we're going to work on are growth areas, targeting any subgroup that didn't have one area that was red of all of the areas that we looked at were focusing in on just 1 year's growth. They were green and drilling down to see what we can do for students who are only making just 1 year's growth. And the other part of that is just strengthening our knowledge with the science of reading, because science is that building block. Not only is it going to help with reading, but that then does extend out into the content areas. It's going to help with math. So building everybody to have a solid base with the science of reading and helping all teachers with that. Any questions?
I have a question, because I know you're one of the smaller student schools population. So what are your average class sizes?
They vary from 19 or 20 up to over 25, just depending on the grade. Our second grade right now is our biggest grade level of students. And then some of the other ones are small. So it varies in the grade levels, depending on, you get a class that happens to have, I'm gonna say bubble class, or just happens to be a big class, and then other ones not so big.
Does class size seem to have affected? I mean, that's really great that you've had a year's growth or more on your first bullet point there. And I was just wondering if class size perhaps impacted that?
Unless you go really small, you're not going to, it's not going to change it that much. So you'd have to have a really, really small, and it's more so in the primary grades where you're going to find the smaller class size.
And so your fifth and sixth graders are those the larger class? Is that what you were saying, or the second grade is your?
Right now, our second grade is sitting at the cap of we're sitting at rate about 25. It's one of the bigger ones.
How many second grade classes do you have?
3.
And they're all about around 25? Wow.
Just so happened that was the big class coming through.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
we're also very transient, so we get move-ins and move-outs, so we can come back after Christmas and we could have lost some, there could be several students that move out.
Okay. And I was just wondering about our class sizes, if that. I'm glad to hear it's maybe not really a factor too much. So
More so in in primary grades were like smaller, but we sit at the cap. We watch that closely.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good evening, Stacy Kane from Mountville. So as you can see from our achievement, we have had some wonderful growth in our math, and I'll talk a little bit more about our successes, and we've also seen some growth in our ELA scores. So part of our success is our overall building score has increased, and part of that is due to the participation rates. We are over the 95% in all areas. We had an increase of student proficiency rates in ELA and math this past year, and an increase in the PBAS growth. Definitely want to take note of our PBAS growth in math, including our IEP subgroup, which is something that I've been working with our teachers, especially my learning support teachers and classroom teachers, of how do we really show growth for our students with IEPs. What are we doing, and how are we really working with them so that they too are showing that growth on the PSSA. And so we made that growth for each of them being well above the exceeded standard of growth for most all of the areas in 4, 5, and 6. And grade 4 PBAS growth in all of the areas was a success that we saw as well, including all the subgroups that showed the well above the exceeded growth. So we're super proud of those accomplishments this year. As far as some areas that we want to continue to work on, growth areas, the math proficiency, although we saw some good growth with our math proficiency, it was lower than I would have liked to have seen in our 1 year of implementation. Our overall percentage proficient in advanced was 54.13%, and I would like to see that increased. So with year 2 implementation, really looking to see a stronger increase of the number of students who are proficient in advanced. We're incorporating more number sense activities for our lower grades, utilizing small group instructional time to reteach and secure those concepts, being more strategic and identifying students working with the math tutors and working on the skills that the tutors are reinforcing, and really tracking their student progress over a period of time rather than the random approach. And then to kind of track how we're doing, we're using exact path data, and for 6th grade, our get more math data to demonstrate that student progress. And then ELA proficiency, again, we did see some improvements with our ELA. However, I want to continue to close the gap. You know, ultimately our goal is to have the ultimate pie chart of, 80% or higher being proficient. We are not there yet. And so we want to continue to really look at how our students in kindergarten are through 2nd grade literacy data from Acadians Foundation and our other assessment data when we have our team meetings and working with students and working with reading specialists, to really make sure that our younger children are being more secure with their literacy skills, so that as they get older, they are more proficient, and then continuing to work with our older grades, focusing on those text-dependent analysis and really learning how to analyze what they are reading. And then also really incorporating that science of reading through some of the professional development opportunities at my building. Like all the other, my colleagues said, we have a strong community at Mountville from our parents and teachers, and even our volunteers that come in to do morning readers in the morning to work with our young students. So we are just going to continue to stay the course and really try to increase our scores and continue to see the growth that we saw this past year. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Kim Rauscher, Principal of East Petersburg. So when you look at my first screen up there, there's a couple of things that I'd like to share, and I don't want to be redundant because my colleagues, that's the beauty of our elementary team. We share a lot of ideas together. We're very focused on the science of reading and building those foundations for all children. So I'm not going to repeat a lot of what they have shared already, but I'd like to do a few highlights for us. Once again, our building score has increased this year. And that's up from 77.9 from the year prior. And also you'll notice that our participation rates are also quite strong. And I share with you that I see that not only when it comes to state testing, but also we're working diligently with our social workers, our guidance counselors, and across the building to ensure that our children are in school every day and that learning is a priority. And I think that's critical, especially when we have to dig deep into our cohort data and say, where are the needs and how do we best impact our children in a positive way. So with that shared, there are some different successes that I'd like to share for East Pete. And so the first one that I want to share for you is so proud of our building as a whole for digging into the data, but especially our grade 4 teachers. When you look at our science data being at 89.9%, and this year our goal being over 90% proficient in advanced, what is beautiful is back in 2019, we were at 70.3, and each year we incrementally increased to the point of where we are now. And I think whether I'm looking at science, I'm looking at ELA or math, what I keep saying to my team, and as Kathy said, with a very transient population, it is critical. Small incremental steps, keep those pieces in front of us and just chunk away at it little by little. We don't need these goals that we can't attain. We need to be able to work together collaboratively. We need to build from the foundation up. So that means starting at kindergarten, my kindergarten, first, second, third grade teachers, they impact what's happening here. And what I specifically mean by that is another success is in the area of ELA. As we all know, reading impacts every aspect of children's learning. If they can't read those word problems, they're going to struggle. So that is a focus that we very much have at East Pete. The 62.6% proficient in advanced may seem low. That is a combined grades 3 to 6. And again, if I look at the cohorts, I can tell you that our 4th grade, for example, or I should say our 5th grade, for example, was up 15% in their cohort. So we see some really nice strides in terms of the data, but we still have room to grow. A success with science, we need to be very mindful that our STEELS standards are coming on board very shortly. So what we think is where we need to be, it's changing and we need to keep changing with it. So we will be doing that, and that is something we'll continue to grow with. Also, in terms of ELA, when we drilled down as a building, we noticed a few things. In terms of text-dependent analysis, we really needed to build the stamina of our students. We really needed to take time to make sure that our students could analyze text and multiple types of text. And more importantly, could they go back into the text and find that evidence? Could they look at the rubrics that they're given and do that self-analysis? How am I doing hitting the target that's being asked for? So that's something that we continue to work on. And I will tell you, and I'm not going to point out just one grade level, but we've had some pilot work last year. And one of the first things I did, and Mr. Pomersky was actually there in the summer, I quickly looked at our pilot groups because sometimes you get a little worried there. And one of my pilot teachers, actually her TDA results were really pretty tremendous, much like Ian had shared earlier. But we need to look at it across all of our grade levels and continue to work in that area. The other thing we need to work on is in the area of mathematics. Pacing is essential, because if one grade level is not maintaining pace, not only will it affect them for that year, but it's going to affect my subsequent years. And that is something that my teachers get feedback as I do walkthroughs throughout the building. And open-ended responses in mathematics. Wow, I just watched my grade 4 students take one of their most recent math assessments. And our children had trouble breaking down those open-ended responses that they had to respond to. First understanding what was being asked, knowing all the steps that they had to follow all the way down to labeling at the end. So small group instruction is key. You can't stand and deliver to a whole class. We need to continue to differentiate, and that is something we're working on. You've heard my colleagues talk about rotations, and that's what we do so we can get our children to the small group table and reinforce where the breakdowns may be. So much work to continue to do, but I am very proud of my entire staff, and it does take all of us to accomplish what we're accomplishing in our building. Any questions you might have? Again, I thank you. Many of you have had the opportunity to come visit us at Eastfeed. I hope you'll continue to do that. We love having you. And we're very appreciative of the number of volunteers and everybody in our building that works, all tutors, building aides, everybody is leaning into meeting the needs of all of our children. So thank you.
Good evening. So at Centerville, excuse me, some of the things that we were really proud about is looking at this chart. You can see both of our successes here. Our fourth grade growth and achievement, year in and out, that team does just an exceptional job. And to have them be dark blue in every area, but also have the high achievement numbers that they do, we're really proud of the work that they do. In addition to that, our building score, it's the highest score that we've ever had since my start in the district. At an 89.2, there were only, I believe, 55 schools in the state that scored 90 or above. So to have that kind of number and have that kind of overall achievement and growth that gets us to that point, the work that we're doing from kindergarten through 6th grade really kind of builds upon that. So as a building, we're very proud of that result. To be at that point, you know, we'd love to get to that 90 threshold. And that's kind of going to be our push for next year to see if we can get finally to that number. Then in terms of growth areas, 5th grade growth, as well as the achievement gap and proficiency between 4th and 5th is what we're going to work on. I would say that 4th grade does such a great job. When you look at their growth numbers in the PBAS, it actually says above graph. So when they go to 5th grade, they really need to push to kind of keep them on the trajectory. As we talked about, they are projections and not necessarily hard numbers. So when 4th grade sets that bar so high to continue that trend line, it's very difficult. So pushing just in 5th grade to try and meet that expectation that's been set in 4th grade. And then this past year, we did close that gap that we were historically seeing between 4th and 5th grade among the achievement, just overall proficient and advanced. We saw a close in that gap. And so we're just going to keep pushing to try and meet that as well. But that's what we have at Centerville. Does anybody have any questions?
Just curiosity, should
Sure.
we give some solid credit to the 3rd grade staff too? Because if I see 4th killing it, I'm
Yeah.
looking at 3rd going, you killed it.
Yes,
Like-
well, yes. And so like there,
Is that how it works?
yeah, so 1st through 3rd, like obviously the groundwork that they lay for the 4th grade score, you know, yeah. It's the work that happens at the primary level, setting them with that foundation, and then what happens in 4th, since we don't have the growth numbers and those early grade levels, but that's the first point we see it. So it's kind of a culmination of everything.
So what happens in the 5th grade?
Well, like I said, one of those things is when you look at the growth numbers, right? When you're setting a trajectory after one sample size, so you're looking at just 3rd to 4th, and 3rd to 4th is 4th grade is growing them so much based on their 3rd grade score. Trying to meet that trend line becomes very difficult when you're looking at, I believe their growth number was 9.6, somewhere around there for math last year. That number is significantly off the chart in terms of what growth looks like. And so when they statistically look at that trend line is very aggressive to try and match up. And it's only one sample size, 1 data point. And when you're looking at such a small sample size, it kind of skews the numbers. So it does make it difficult. And like I said, for that, looking at that, we're really looking at closing that proficiency gap, that proficient and achievement number, or proficient and advanced number.
to try and get that closed. And we saw definitely a significant increase in closing that gap last year than what we've seen in the past.
Okay, so you're not saying that they learn so much in the fourth grade, they slack off in the fifth grade?
No, I think they're learning just as much. It's just meeting the expectations again on such a small sample size can be difficult.
Okay, so you don't, there's no real issue there, except they you just gotta keep working at it.
Yeah, I think what we're doing is we're digging in our data meetings. One of the things that I've talked to Dr. Dandridge about and Mr. Bromersky is trying to, I attended a webinar recently where you can upload some of our district data into this system with our benchmarking, cadence numbers and exact path. And it spits out the same kind of results that you get from the PSSAs. That would really help us to target more of our instruction based on seeing growth. In this system, it would give us a more nitty gritty kind of look at things. So we're going to take a look at trying to get some data in the system to help us kind of narrow down some focus on some areas that we can really kind of hone in on and fix and hopefully boost some of those growth numbers.
I can go back and look, but I'm just gonna ask you instead, is this gap between fourth and fifth grade, is that common? Or are we seeing that in other schools too? The other elementary schools?
I wouldn't be able to comment on everybody else's data, but it's something that we've historically seen at Centerville. There's been a fourth to fifth grade dip in terms of growth. And then we rebound in fifth or in sixth, that is.
I assume it's the same. I mean, kids are kids, so.
Yeah.
And we have excellent teachers, so it's, gonna be a commonality there. Okay,
We have seen that consistently in our fifth grade ELA numbers. Not every school, but district-wide is one of the areas that we are targeting for growth.
you just.
Not unique just to Centerville, but yeah, we're working on it.
No, not really.
Yep.
No. Fourth grade's a tough year. They work so hard. They got rid of their-
Before I do step down, I do want to just, with what we've seen in terms of the growth and the math, off of what Mr. Hoffman did with the pilot this past year, the work that he did to kind of identify a program that really met our students' needs, but also had the teacher buy-in was exceptional. And to have those two pieces come together is really what we've seen kind of boost some of those building scores across the district. So I'm really excited to see what's coming with the ELA pilots. Marrying those two things of something that's good for students, but also is really supported by the staff, I think really comes a long way, because when they go to implement it, they're willing to jump on board and really go gung ho. So I just want to give Jason that shout out. I know Ian brought it up earlier and someone else did as well. But that work that he did with the pilot programs definitely boosted us all across the district.
This isn't really a question to you. It's gonna be more for Jason, but.
I'll answer it for him.
And that's fine. One of the things that we were looking at was I don't want to use that word. Equal instruction. So when the kids show up at the middle school.
Yeah.
They can't tell which elementary school they went to.
Correct.
That was a problem in previous years.
Correct.
So is that issue going away?
Yeah, I mean, having that consistent program across all of our buildings, we've had that before in math. So with the math program and before, we were all using the same programmatic things through expressions, but we didn't have that in ELA. So that hopefully moving forward, as we identify an ELA program, will then close that gap as well, where they're all getting the exact same ELA instruction from K to 6, no matter what building you're in. And hopefully then that closes that gap down when they're getting to the middle school, having had different, lessons across the board, because teachers were doing reading workshop and kind of coming up with things on their own. So there wasn't that consistency.
And we're seeing more intentionality on pacing, which was referenced earlier, consistently across the district. So and a good example is we've been doing the building visits. We were at Roarstown the other day in fourth grade. They were doing factoring. At LIC today in fourth grade, they were doing factoring. So we know the content is being consistently taught in all buildings, versus before there may have been larger gaps in certain areas because maybe they didn't get there or they spent more time on something else. So we're trying to be intentional and make sure that all kids are getting consistent content.
So is there, because that was a goal that we had as a board, as we were looking at curriculum, that you couldn't see a difference in general? Of course, you're always going to have individual students at different levels. do you have a way that you're measuring that, or is it just?
I mean, I think the measurement is what content are we covering within the curricular programs, and we're all covering the exact same things at this point. So that gap is not there. Now, in ELA, next year, going to the middle school, you are gonna have a bit of a gap because we're piloting two different programs. But hopefully, so next year's what? This is 23, 24. So 24, 25, those kiddos that are going in that year, they're all gonna have the same ELA program. Now, obviously, previously, it was a bit different, but as we then kind of build upon that, we're gonna start to see that gap close. So yes, I mean, at this point, you know, starting next year, all of our sixth graders going to middle school will have had the same programming in sixth grade for math and for ELA across the district.
Good, thank you.
Mhm.
There's a question actually for Dr. Dandridge. I see, and it's been a while, but when I taught fifth grade, I remember being told that for growth scores, fifth grade is what, out of all the grades that take the PSSAs, fifth grade is one of the hardest grades to actually show growth. The state, just the way the testing's done, the way they predict growth, which, you know, it looks from going back through, it looks like in all our buildings, fifth grade seems to be difficult, but that again goes back to maybe the way the state looks at these things and the way the tests are designed. Because I do remember saying that fifth grade was like.
It's kind of funny and timely that you bring that up, because I was just sitting in a session up at Hershey this week talking about some of those assumptions we make about data. It's actually one that probably I would say is not 100% true. If we pull up the state data, we have schools that are high achieving and showing growth. We have schools that are low achieving and are showing growth in fifth grade. So there is a pretty healthy balance of all those different quadrants in all the grade levels, including fifth grade. But for us, it's one that we are definitely looking at and trying to figure out, you know, what's going on there for our students. Traditionally, transition years are some of the toughest, but for us, that movement from fourth to fifth has also been one that we haven't figured out yet.
Okay.
Yeah, because I look at Mountville and they did have growth from fourth to fifth, so kind of weird.
Okay, so for Centerville Middle School, if you take a look up on the left side for ELA last year, my eighth grade students were at 56% proficient and advanced in ELA on the PSSA. And my seventh graders were at approximately 67% proficient and advanced. For math, our eighth graders were at 34% proficient and advanced, and our seventh graders were at 42% proficient and advanced. What I would like you to look at, towards the bottom, science, our eighth graders take science, 60% of those students were proficient and advanced last year. And our Keystone Algebra students, 100% of those students were proficient and advanced. And that has been consistent since I've been at Centerville Middle School, that 100% of our students pass that Keystone exam. I want to highlight that. Other successes. We, an average of both my seventh and eighth grade, our achievement was 61.4% in ELA. Our growth score was 92. The prior year growth score for ELA was 50. So we went from 50 to 92 in growth. And the state average was 75 for growth for ELA. So feeling great about that. For math, our growth score was 84.7 this year. Last year was 70.7. And the state average was 75.3. Things that we're working on at Centerville Middle School, we're trying to become better problem solvers, and we're trying to become better writers with our students. Last school year, the reading interventionist, Lori Huber, came to me and said, Lisa, everyone at Centerville Middle School is teaching students how to write a little different. I think we need to get together and find a common language, a common strategy that teachers can all use. So in June, my ELA department came together and spent a day just agreeing on the best way to teach students how to write a TDA, how to write an essay. And we started off our first faculty meeting with those teachers, teaching everybody in our building that process of how to teach a student to write a good TDA. And we've been talking about how writing can occur in subjects other than our English language arts classrooms. With math, we're trying to become better problem solvers. When you look at the 7th and 8th grade math standards, you will see words that say in real world context, and that happens over and over and over again. And when you look at, well, we don't really look at the PSSA, but if you were to glance, there's a lot of words on that test. And most of the questions on the PSSA are word problems that students are faced when they sit down to take that test. So we're working on having students see word problems across all classrooms. My teachers have written their student performance measures goals for the year, where they are writing goals that include word problems being taught in tech ed, in art, in phys ed, where they're taking those subjects and just putting questions as a word problem in their classroom. So my art teacher is talking about proportions, and my FCS teacher is talking about fractions in word problems, and my phys ed teacher is talking about heart rate. My tech ed teacher's looking at acceleration. He teaches, well, they build these race cars in 8th grade in tech ed. But also in 7th grade, my 7th grade, the 7th grade teachers at Centerville Middle School, they are implementing the new textbook series, Envision Math. And we are seeing that those lessons are also heavy in word problems and real world situation and context.
Could I ask a question? And maybe this will be for Mr. Dandridge and Mr. Vomersky. I look at the elementary and the proficiency, and then we go to the middle school and it drops to 30. So does the state have this wrong? I have trouble believing that our kids go from 60% down to 30% in 1 year. So do you want to comment on that? Just pretty abrupt.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into that. One of the things, you will also see a similar chart when you try and measure like engagement in the classroom. As students get older in the grades, sometimes the engagement pulls away. There is a lot of social emotional growth that's happening in the middle school years. There's not always the same focus on the academics that you might see in some of our early learners. So I think there's a number of factors that go into that decline.
So
Certainly.
you think the decline is real? It's not the state has wrong numbers for proficiency?
No, I would say that it is definitely real. It is something that we see across the board in not only our schools here at Hempfield, but other schools across the state.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good evening. So before I jump into Hempfield High School pieces, I wanted to just call something to the board's attention. At the beginning, before we got into we look at the district data and Dr. Dandridge was explaining the slides and everything. And Mrs. Johnston, you said about like where you get this information. I just want to highlight for the board that there is no place you can go and find a slide like this. Dr. Dandridge and Mrs. Dommel have worked incredibly hard to pull all that publicly available information and put it in one concise chart so that, you know, we can all kind of see it in one spot. And in terms of a district leader that's, you know, up to date on data and data driven, it's gonna be tough to beat Dr. Dandridge. So wanted to make sure that you understood this isn't just out there. A lot of work goes into creating this. So thank you, Dr. D. As far as the high school is concerned, in terms of things we're celebrating, if you could just stay on this slide for me. Our participation rates, you can see, are very high at the top. And so I need you to understand the high school is a different animal than every other school that's talked tonight. So everything we're looking at here is Keystone data. It's not PSSA. It's not a mix of PSSA and Keystone. And it's also doesn't even represent tests that were taken last year. This data represents what you see on the side, the grade 11% proficient advanced. So the state pulls the data. Depending when the kid takes a test, they could take that test in 8th grade, they could take that test in 9th grade, they could take it in 10th. It gets banked until their 11th grade year. So these numbers don't necessarily represent what happened last year. They represent what happened for our students in our district curriculum. But with regards to our participation rates, we've been working very hard with Keystones now being part of a pathway. We are emphasizing that the Keystones exams are the easiest pathway for students to get to graduate from high school. It's the easiest pathway to meet. One more time, parents, Keystones are the easiest pathway to meet. And we start getting that message out as soon as Dr. Becker does her first 8th grade tour to the high school. Mr. Conrad, as our Keystone Test Administrator, includes the Keystone pathways in every communication about the Keystones. Our counselors work hard to help families understand that the Keystone exams are the easiest pathway to meet. So it's been a total team effort. Our communications office does a great job of pushing that message out as well. The other piece that I certainly want to call attention to that's up there data-wise would be our growth in math and science. We are well above, we're that highly coveted dark blue. Our teachers do a great job of growing those students in their math and science knowledge. I think we're doing a nice job there. We've implemented some changes in our math curriculum in terms of the course sequencing and how we're meeting the needs of kids. Likewise, we've changed a couple of things with our science in terms of biology and which students take biology and when they take biology. Those things are helping. I will be the first to point out, I think it's counterintuitive to look up there and say, well, you're saying you're really growing these kids in math, but last year's number was 60%. That doesn't, and it used to be a lot higher. That doesn't seem so good there, Dr. Brossman. What's going on? So what's going on, just so that you understand, the big drop in the math scores is because these scores are banked. You see that there are no scores in 2020. Our juniors from last year were 8th graders in 2020. They didn't take the test. They didn't have to take the test. The state gave them credit for the test. So the students got the credit, but we don't get the score. So we don't have any proficient or exempts. I'm sorry, proficient or advanced for those kids. So when Dr. Mumo was just up here talking about how 100% of her 8th graders that take the test pass, get proficient or exam or advanced, we're missing all of those kids. So Dr. Mumo, how many sections of algebra you run? You run 2 sections, LMS runs 2 sections. So you're talking about probably 80 kids across the district. Out of a normal class size of 550, that's about 15%. So if you tack another 15% onto 60, we'd probably be around 75 for the math. So I'm just trying to help you understand that is misleading because it is the COVID and that's not all just last year's data. Okay. So those are the things I wanted to highlight, and then I want to talk to you about a couple growth areas as well. Or I could talk about advanced placement. Sorry, I get an extra slide. So you can see up here our numbers as far as how many tests we've been offering. That's the blue. And then in red, you can see the average score. So last year's average score was a 3.74. That's on a 5 scale. Okay. Most colleges will accept a 3 or a 4 or a 5, depends on the university. But our students average a 3.74. The really awesome thing I'd like to point out here is when you look historically, the number of tests that we're offering has gone way up from the 300s all the way up to the 560s. Our achievement has stayed pretty, at the same level. So it's not like we've had to give up anything in terms of their achievement because we're servicing more kids. Obviously, we've got more teachers teaching these things. But sometimes you worry about, oh, can we take on more students and still provide the same high level education, get them to achieve at the same level? And our teachers and staff have demonstrated that they are more than up to the task with that data. So kudos to
Dr.
them.
Grossman.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing that out. And I think that that's a very important point to make, is that you would expect, as the number of tests goes up, that the average score would decrease because maybe there are people taking AP classes who shouldn't be taking AP classes. And that's not what this data shows. I mean, it's showing that we're counseling students appropriately about which classes they should be in, and we're, as you said, continuing to deliver a high level of education. So that's impressive. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then in terms of some growth areas for this year, one of the first ones we've been hitting real hard this year is, I mentioned this a couple times, but our theme is raising the bar. We're trying to get better at everything that we do at the high school. And our vision for the high school is to create a school that students are excited to be a part of. And our students have bought into that theme and this idea. They've brought lots of new ideas. Some of the students sitting in front of you helped make a parade happen this fall. Our student council also recently went to a leadership summit, and they want to bring in a guest speaker. We're going to make that happen in January. There's a dance that's been planned. There's a lot of great things that are coming from the students that they're saying, this is what we want to have happen. And this is what's going to make us better and make this a school we want to be a part of. And we're helping them fulfill their vision and make that a reality. Last spring, the district put out a survey to parents. And from that data, from what we got back from parents, we heard, I don't feel connected to the high school. I don't know what's going on. We've worked really hard on our communication this year. There's a weekly blog that's going out telling people what's going on this week, what they can expect. You get a little message from me. And then on top of that, we've been doing listening sessions with the students to hear from them, to make sure that we're communicating well. And we've received positive feedback from the students that they feel like things are better planned. More stuff is intentional on the calendars. They know what's going on. And one testament to that was last week we held a financial aid night run by our 12th grade counselors. And it was a standing room only crowd. And we've been doing this event for years, and you normally get a handful of parents to show up. I think this all had to do with communication, because it was advertised and people knew what was going on, and they came out and they took advantage of that resource. So we're very proud of that. Lastly, if you could jump back to my data slide, the one real piece on here to highlight, a great area to grow in would be our ELA, the growth. So ELA was our highest achieving test on the data up there, but it showed the smallest amount of, we grew the kids the least, because we got the yellow, which means there was some evidence that there's below the expected growth. So obviously, that's an area that we're going to continue to work through with our ELA curriculum. And we're going to continue to look at ways that we can get the most out of those students. And with that, that's really a perfect segue into what Mr. Hoffman, Ms. Deisler are going to talk about in terms of instructional priorities. And many of the points that they're going to talk about will address the ways that we're trying to grow students and improve those numbers.
I have a question. So by literature growth, you don't mean, I read the word literature, I think, what are they reading?
It's our
That sort of thing.
English scores. It's the
So it's-
Keystone ELA test.
So it's, I never took the Keystone.
Sure.
I'm not from here. So it's literature, but it's also grammar, critical thinking, all of those things.
Not all of those things. The biggest part of the test is, students are given passages to read, and then they have to answer questions about those passages and do some writing.
Fluency and observation.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Fluency.
No.
No.
No, reading comprehension, reading analysis, comparing text, and then working to do a response to the literature based on a specific type of question that the students have to answer, and that's scored based on a state rubric.
I'm just going to ask it. Do you teach the test?
So the students take this test after they take our English 10 course. And so we've worked hard through our English 9, our English 10, to make sure that we're hitting all those standards and that the students are well prepared to answer the types of questions that are on that test. Which means a lot of read this passage and then be able to analyze the text, what was said in there, what was the theme of the text, what are some, how does this text connect to other parts of texts, that type of thing. So do we teach to the test? Well, the test is testing, you know, those skills. And so those are the skills that we're teaching in English 9 and English 10 to make sure that students know how to appropriately read and make sure that they know how to understand what they're reading and just be good readers, really.
And that with so much testing that goes on, it sometimes I do wonder, are we teaching good general core knowledge? Or are we sometimes leaning towards teaching the test? And that's why I'm asking that, because that was a question like 5 or 6 years ago.
So two different phrases there, teaching the test versus teaching to the test. So
Okay.
teaching the test, absolutely not,
Mhm.
because we don't have them, they change yearly. Teaching to the, meaning the standards, the eligible content, anchors that the state provides that we have to focus our courses on to get students ready for them to apply those skills and that knowledge to something that they haven't seen before. And one of the challenges that we face, you just talked about too much testing. You know, we're testing every grade, 3rd through 8th grade, and then again after the literature course. And high schools get to determine when that is. We have selected it for 10th grade, so you get 9th and 10th grade to get kind of refine those type skills. So the challenge comes, it's not necessarily general knowledge, it is the application of the skills that have been taught over the years to, if I give you a cold read of a text, can you tackle it? Can you analyze it? Can you interpret it? And can you write a response going back, pulling information out from the text to answer an in-depth higher level question? And then they score the writing component of that as well. So there's elements that are kind of life skills to it. But at the end of the day, we're not going out after high school to take tests every day.
Goodness.
So.
All right, thank you so much.
Oh, I had another question. So
Never mind.
and I don't know if you can answer this just off the top of your head. There was a gap from in the middle schools with 7th and 8th, you know, with the 7th and 8th grade. Do you see that gap when they get to high school, or it kind of, they catch up, or that gap is closed by the time they spend a few months in 9th grade?
Well, again, so the high school data isn't necessarily something from a 9th grade test. So the student doesn't really get to the test until they progress through our curriculum to a point where they would be prepared to take the test.
So anecdotally, in your experience, to those kids coming from middle school that haven't scored quite as well as we would like to see them score, does that gaps disappear within the 9th grade?
Are you saying, do they improve from 8th grade to 9th grade? It sure looks like it from the data. Is that your question, Linda?
Yeah, I'm just,
Yeah, that's one way to look at, it's like, you know, we've heard that the 7th and 8th graders, you know, they have these learning gaps. That's probably not the right term to use for it, but that they're just not, they're 7th and 8th graders, they're middle
Sure.
schoolers. But by the time they get in the 9th grade, they settle down, they're learning, whatever was back in their brain rattling around comes together and they're doing okay.
I mean.
So it is, are they?
So we have more levels at the high school than we do at the middle
Oh,
school.
sure,
And so
sure.
the students that were struggling at the middle school, we try to get them the appropriate levels so that they get the appropriate support, so that if there were gaps, we're getting them caught up as quickly as possible. And then as we're showing here, we're getting them caught up so that by the time they're ready for the tests, that hopefully most of that gap is closed. Also, in this data, understand if you could have multiple bites at the apple for your Keystone exam. So if you don't meet proficient or advanced the first time, there is an opportunity to retest, to try to get proficient or advanced so that that can be your graduation pathway. So So we have that process as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. So I'll start with some of the instructional priorities we are working on this year at the elementary level. As you heard most of the elementary principals discuss, we are in year 2 of our new math curriculum and program. And so there are some refinements we've made to that. A group of teachers from each grade level met this summer. They took a look at the pacing guides that had been developed. One of the things that was shared was, as you were going to school visits, you saw that all the 4th graders were working on factors, and that's because that's what their pacing guide says they're supposed to be doing right now. So having that guide for the entire year to let them know you have about this many days for unit 3, and then you need to be finished and moving on to unit 4. So we looked at tweaking that based upon our experience last year. We made some changes to some of the assessments and looking again at adding some more number sense pieces into especially kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade. So those kids who are coming up through have a very solid foundation in number. This is our 2nd year of the ELA program pilot. So we've expanded that. We now have a third of our elementary teachers using MyView or My Perspectives from Savas, a third of them using Wit and Wisdom, and a third doing our current curriculum based on guided reading. So that's more classrooms than we had last year in both of those pilots. The other thing going along with ELA at the primary level, we've expanded our use of decodable text. And that's something we talked a lot about last year with the science of reading. We had a group from the Rotary Club who shared some of their resources with us to purchase decodable text. We've made a district investment in that as well. Basically, what that means is as kids are learning phonics skills in kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade, after they learn that skill, they learn what the letter looks like, what sound it makes. They then get a text that's very controlled, that has all words that they can read. So they're immediately practicing those skills with their reading. And based upon the science of reading, that's how we see kids learning to read and making the most progress and growth. Ms. Raucher mentioned the last one. The state has adopted new science standards called the STEELS. Those will be implemented in 2 years. And so later this spring, we will finish up our examination of new science programs. Our science program currently is at least 15 years old. The standards were written in 2001. And so what we currently have is not going to work with what gets implemented in the 25-26 school year. So we will be looking for new science at the elementary level as well. So one thing I do want to make sure I say tonight is you just heard that list of things: new math, new ELA, new science. After that, new social studies. Our elementary teachers are going through 4 years, 5 years with the 2nd year of this ELA pilot of change. And that's not an easy thing to do. And so they did an amazing job last year with the new math program that you've heard was a change for them, change for kids. And now they volunteered to do the same thing, 2/3 of them with ELA. So they are working really hard, making sure their kids are learning, engaged, focused, and all of the work that you saw on those slides really goes back to them and what they're doing in their classroom, engaging their kids and making sure that they're achieving. So they deserve a huge amount of credit for everything that you saw on those slides tonight. Their principals, as the leaders of their buildings, they're doing walkthroughs, they're constantly visible, making sure that things are happening in classrooms as they're supposed to be. And so they deserve a lot of credit as well for making sure that their buildings are not only safe and supportive places, but that the academic objectives that we have laid out are being met. So it takes a village is the common phrase you hear. And while it sounds cliche, it honestly does. It takes everybody working together to make all this work. So we appreciate your support for the academic programs we have at the elementary level. Any questions for me? Okay, I'll turn it over to Kathy.
All right, so we have had many people mention today the elementary math program. And so as we move into the middle school, this is our first year trying the Envision Math in 7th grade. And so we're hoping that that's going to make a difference in the dip that you're seeing from elementary into middle school with math performance. our teachers are saying a lot of the same comments that we heard last year in the first year of the implementation at the elementary school. This is hard, just like we heard from Mrs. Pearson tonight. And I believe somebody asked, hard for the students or hard for the teachers? Yes, both. But we're finding that this program is considerably more rigorous than what they were doing. And so we're thinking that as they're approaching more of these word problems and more of the real world connections, that we're going to see similar growth as we move into this implementation. I think it's also really important that when we talk about data and then you look at it from one level to the next level, each level is its own beast. And so when we look at math at the elementary level versus math in 7th grade, they go about half as much time for math at the middle school as they have at the elementary level for math. And then when we look at testing and we looked at, oh, well, at the high school, it looks like they're doing so much better than the middle school, but the Keystone test is a completely different beast than the PSSA. So our students go from writing multi-paragraph text-dependent essays on the PSSAs, and at the high school, the expectation for writing on the Keystone is a 1-paragraph test or 1-paragraph response. So they're very different exams and very different structures at each level. So it's really hard to look at, oh, it looks like we're dipping here and oh, we're doing so much better here. It's quite different. And middle school itself is interesting in the fact that 7th grade is transitioning kids from elementary school to middle school, and 8th grade is transitioning kids from 8th grade to high school, and they're hardly ever middle schoolers without looking at transition on either end. So it's quite a different look at data when we're looking at that. But we are excited about the changes with math, not just in 7th grade, but this happens to be the year in the curriculum cycle that we're rewriting math curriculum. And one of the things that we've really focused on is looking at each level of a class and what's different in each of those levels. In the past, math curriculum was written in isolation, so a foundations level was written separate from the college prep level. And this year, our teachers are working on that curriculum all together. So it is very clear, here's that difference between the honors level of this and the foundations level of this. So our math teachers have been working really hard on that all this year. One of the changes that we're making is in the sequence at the high school is that for the future, geometry will come before Algebra 2. This opens up some different options for some of our kids. For instance, making sure that a student who's going to the CTC has had geometry before they're going to CTC. So we're making some changes along that line. We've talked about the new courses that we're adding, the college and the high school courses and the AP classes in the math department, as well as starting the planning for new classes. Again, that would be in place of Algebra 2 for some of our students who might not be going beyond into post-secondary education. So we're looking at a math for trades and a math for medical careers that we're going to start planning next year. We're not ready to implement those yet. In ELA, we have another CHS offering that'll be part of our AP Lang and composition class, and we're making some changes there with offering that communications class next year to grades 9 and 10, but our speech only for 11, 12. When we talk about the subgroups and how our subgroups perform, we're always looking at and making changes for our English language development program. And this year we implemented a WIDA progress monitoring. WIDA is their test that our English language learners take. So that's new for us. And then we also implemented a new program for grades 1 to 12 for our newcomers. That means our students who are coming to the United States for the first time and entering our schools. And then at the middle school and high school, we have implemented a new middle school program in general and a new writing program at the high school. And I don't have the information about how old our programs were. I know you mentioned, Jason, about how old the elementary science program was, but I'll use this anecdote. When I opened up one of the ELD books that were being used in the past, there was a section on how to use a phone book. And I don't think too many of us have used phone books recently. So when I saw that, I said, yes, we need new programs there. So those were excited. Those are already in place this year. In science, just like as Mr. Hoffman noted, we are working on the new STEELS standards. These are changing our thinking for math the same way that we talked about changing that instruction or changing for science, the thinking in the same way that we've changed for math. So we're really emphasizing the concept of explore before explain. And that's how our math program is built. And so our students are starting to do more of that thinking rather than just absorbing information. And that's a shift for our teachers. Again, when we look at that cycle of writing curriculum, science came up in the cycle before the state gave us the standards. So now we're going backwards into our curriculum, even though it's not science curriculum writing year, we have to go back and reflect upon that and make those changes. And related to that as well, other classes have been adding more college and the high school options. Science is looking at ways that we can pair college and the high school with our existing AP classes. So we're exploring that, and we'll be looking at that for the 25-26 school year. In the special education department, again, a subgroup of something that we're always looking at when we're looking at data. One of the things that they've done this year is a program called Step Up to Writing that they're using to improve writing scores in special education.
After listening to everything, from the elementary, Jason, you're doing a great job. Thank you for that. And also the teachers are as well. And then our middle school kids who we all love and adore most of the time. And then in high school, what I think I heard you say was they come ready with good fundamentals, good basic skills, so they can take these classes and apply those fundamentals, those basic skills, which are, we all know are so necessary to these high school level and beyond with AP classes. And so it seems like you guys are doing a really good job. Am I correct in that assessment? I don't hear a rousing yes, so I'm thinking.
Agreed.
In it.
Yes,
Maybe
thank you
I'm
very
wrong.
much. That was a very helpful presentation.
Thank
It
you.
was. Yeah, all the way around. Thank you for the information. It's a lot of data. It's a lot to digest. To Dr. Brossman's point, big thanks for condensing that into a presentation for us this evening. It's pretty enlightening actually when you start to think about it, and especially for a guy like me where I'm not I don't have my PhD in education, right? So, but I'm able to understand this and digest it thanks to the work that's been done here tonight. So, I do have one question, and at the risk of beating this dead horse, and probably irrelevant, but I'm going to beat it anyway, just because it's been brought up 2 or 3 times. The dip, and the good thing is that we rebound, right? So later on in secondary education, we rebound. So the ELA and math, ELA and math, we dip a little bit in 7th grade. Does that have anything to do with the fact that our middle schools are 7th and 8th grade? So far, if our middle school was 6th, 7th, and 8th, like many others, would we see a difference there? And would the dip actually happen in 6th at that point? Again, beating the dead horse, just curiosity on this one.
Just real quick answer. Typically, districts see that the transition year is when the dip occurs. So it
So
often.
it would be 6 in
If
that
it was a
case.
6, 7, 8 setup, then often that dip happens in the 6th grade year. Yeah.
Just curious. Thank you.
Yep.
The other part to go with that is, Mr. Wagner pointed out, it would be, we have the dip. And again, I could speak more as a dinosaur being a teacher, but some of you may remember the TELS test, which were actually the first test, and then they sort of went away and we came back with this stuff. But that dip in middle school has been going on forever. It would disturb, yes, we want them to do better and we're going to continue to work on that. But again, they have the dip. If the dip kept going down in high school, then I'd say while it's a concern, it would be really a concern if it was continuing to go down in high school with it. They do rebound. What we're hearing is they come with the things. Middle school is unless you've taught it, unless you've been an administrator, unless you've been there, it's a completely different world than elementary school and high school doing that, and I can speak from that from
They're fun
living
to
it.
teach.
Yes.
Yeah.
It really is. And I'll also encourage the board again, please go out and visit the classrooms when you can. It is seeing what goes on in there, seeing the kids interacting with each other, seeing the kids interacting with the teachers. It's just totally, it's totally different. The principals welcome you. I know Mr. Boberski and Dr. Musser, Dr. Dandridge have always offered to take you out whenever you want to, to do that. So please, make an effort. And I'll also say this again, you could go on the PD website, just type in Keystone sample testing, type in PSSA sample testing. You could get sample questions and see what the kids are actually having to teach or take when they're taking these exams. Again, it's not easy.
Yeah, we thank you, the school board, for their support. As you can see, I mean, a lot of information tonight, a lot of data. It's not always easy to get excited about numbers, but our principals, our leaders in the district done a nice job of bringing the programs that they're using in the building to life, reflecting it in the numbers. And really just, it's been said multiple times, can't be said enough. Largely due to the hard work that our staff is putting in across the district, working with our students to achieve those results. So great celebration for us as a district to see those numbers. Still areas to work on, but we're really happy on a presentation like this. So thank you.
So thank you to our administrators for being here tonight. Truly proud to work with each and every one of you, and for the passion and care and commitment you show each other, our staff, our students, the community, our entire staff here at Hempfield. Just cares deeply. And if you're in the buildings, you talk with them at events, you see it, you hear it, you feel it. I mean, I know we were in a building today and we were talking with one of our custodial team members, and she was just beaming about the positive nature of our students and our schools, and just how much she loves them, cares about them, and our staff will just go above and beyond, and they continue to do that. So thank you to everybody, because it's all of that hard work that's getting us to show the growth and the support and the data. And thank you to our board. And with that, Mr. Donato.
If there's no objections, before we go on to the policy, personnel, and legal committee part, we're going to move into an executive session to conference and receive information from our district solicitor. Couldn't get that. Anyone object?
Do we have, for the audience out there, any idea how long this exec session will last approximately?
It should not be a long one. It would just depend on if there's any additional questions based on the information that Mr. Walker shares with you. So I would hope within the next 15 minutes or so.
My understanding is it should not be a lengthy meeting, a lengthy session as well.
Correct. If
So
it's going a
15,
little
20
bit
minutes.
longer- If it's going a little bit longer, we'll come out and let you know.
And again, thank you for the principals, and I do enjoy coming around to see your buildings.
Thank you.
I'm good, thank you. No, that's fine, yeah.
Hey, we're going to get started with the next part of the meeting before I turn it over to Mr. Keener, because this is policy discussion with use for facilities and stuff. Two of our student council members are here tonight. And we may or may not ask questions, but I want to reinforce with both of you, if you feel uncomfortable answering questions that are directed to you, please just say, I feel uncomfortable answering it. There's not, you do not have to. It's a little different than us asking the administrators questions and stuff, because you have to go back to school tomorrow and do all that. But again, please do not hesitate to say, I choose not to answer, or I just feel uncomfortable answering that. Maybe you won't be asked any questions at all, but if that does happen and you feel uncomfortable, just say so. Thank you. Mr. Keener, I'll let you continue on that.
All right,
This
thank you,
one.
Mr. Donato, and welcome everyone to the Policy, Personnel and Legal Committee. As I think most of you know, our solicitor, David Walker, is here tonight. His firm, Stock and Lever, at the board's request, has prepared 3 draft policies around the issue of facilities usage. I think what we're gonna do is briefly ask Mr. Walker to summarize for everyone each of those 3 things. Then we will invite public comment, and then the board will have a discussion around the 3 draft policies. If we get to a point where 5 board members coalesce around a particular policy directive, then that policy will be brought back for first reading at next Tuesday's Building and Ground Finance meeting. So with that, Mr. Walker, if you could quickly summarize the 3 policies, then we'll move into public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Keener, I already have to. We put together 3 draft policies for the board's consideration. The draft requested option 1 is.
Sorry, some
Can you
people
speak into the
can't
mic?
hear you.
Yeah, please do use the microphone.
Thank you. Good evening. The 3 draft versions that we put together were requested by the board and the administration. The first draft policy mirrors the framework that I discussed briefly during last month's policy committee meeting. This policy provides that the district will designate a portion of facilities for use by students in accordance with their biological sex, a portion of facilities for use by students in accordance with their gender identity, and a portion of the available facilities will be single user. Draft policy number 2 is a draft that codifies what I understood the district's current practice to be. This policy provides that student facilities will be designated for use by students according to their biological sex, and that a portion of the available facilities will be single user. Further, this policy allows students to use a biological sex facility that corresponds with their gender identity, so long as that gender identity is consistently asserted and the student has worked with the administration to request accommodations. The third draft policy provides that student facilities will be designated for use by students according to their biological sex, and that a portion of the facilities will be single user.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. We'll now move to public comment. We have 5 residents request to address the board. Since this is a committee meeting, everyone who has signed up by 3 p.m. today will be given up to 3 minutes to speak to agenda topics. As always, it is not a time for exchange between the speaker, the board, and the administration, and we ask speakers kindly refrain from identifying specific students, staff, or community members by name. Dr. Dandridge will indicate who the speaker is and then who is on deck, and there is a timer up there that will count down your time. If anyone would like a warning, we're happy to give a warning at 30 seconds, or you can just look at the timer. Dr. Dandridge.
Our first speaker will be Chris Brown, followed by Kim Rowe.
Chris Brown. All right.
Then we have Kim Rowe, who will be followed by Dylan Bard.
And please do use the microphone.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to speak on the bathroom options and new policy. While I'm sure the numbers vary on what reports you look at, what I found was nationally approximately 1.4% of high school students identify as transgender and 30% identify as non-binary. This leaves approximately 70% then that identify as their biological sex. Assuming these numbers hold true for Hempfield, That is approximately 35 students who identify as transgender, 750 that identify as non-binary, and 1,750 that identify as their biological sex. These numbers would suggest that at least 70% or more than 1,750 students at the school are comfortable using bathrooms that are to be used according to biological sex. This would include those who identify by their biological sex, as well as some students that identify as non-binary. It is probably safe to assume that at least some of these students would not feel comfortable using identity-based bathrooms. A few people have spoken that they want bathrooms based on identity, so those kids that do not identify as their biological sex are not singled out. I think there definitely should be an accommodation for those not identifying with their biological sex to also feel comfortable when they need to use the bathroom at school or change in the locker rooms. Giving them an option to use the bathroom in the nurse's office or other single-use bathrooms is not singling them out. It's giving them an accommodation so they do not have to use the same facility as their biological sex, which makes them uncomfortable. I think what the speakers last time really meant was that those kids, they want so that those kids feel fully included, like their peers that do identify as their biological sex. If we look at accommodations versus inclusion of another community of students, currently 15% of all high school age students receiving special education services. So in our high school, that would be approximately 375 students. There are definitely not 375 students at the high school with special education services, because many kids with special needs no longer attend traditional high schools, because traditional high schools are just not set up to accommodate their needs. My daughter, as I've spoken about before, has not been fully included in general education settings since kindergarten. She has not been able to attend her home school since she was in first grade, and she will not be able to receive a Pennsylvania diploma. She does not receive full inclusion. She receives accommodations that allow her to be well educated in this district and receive an education. Full inclusion is what the people speaking out for identity-based bathrooms want, but they have appropriate accommodations with single-use bathrooms provided. We're going to work towards full inclusion for community of students in this educational setting. Can I suggest that we start with the education of people with special needs? Thank you.
Dylan Bard will be followed by Min Thu Nguyen.
Good evening. Before I start my time, Mr. Walker, do you mind reading number 3 to me again? Because I couldn't hear it good. The number 3 choice, is that okay?
Absolutely. Policy option 3, this draft policy provides that student facilities will be designated for use by students according to their biological sex, and that a portion of the available facilities will be single user.
Okay, thank you. I didn't plan on speaking about what we just had in the first session, but I have to because being in that same meeting last year to this year, it was extremely exciting to see the evolution of how the principals, the schools, and the teachers progressed from last year. I appreciated all that and want to thank the administration, the board, and all the teachers and leadership at those schools for their improvements. Also, I think that a lot of it has to do with the school district taking on COVID the way it took it on and less learning loss. It helped us have a springboard to where we're at right now. Okay, moving on to the facilities use. I'm really thankful to be able to talk about this tonight because I haven't been able to share my opinion out in the public like I would have liked to. But we talk about and recognize factual that students with disadvantages at home, academic disadvantages, income disadvantages, parents, single family disadvantages, all those disadvantages impacting their educational experience from the outside. And then you have a child, a teenager, that literally is stressing out about going to school and not eating breakfast for fear that it might cause her to have to use the bathroom and not want to use the bathroom for fear of being in the bathroom that a male might join her into the bathroom. That is real. That experience has happened in my own home. It was documented with the school. I had both my daughters' permissions to share their experience. My last year's freshman daughter was in the bathroom and texted myself and my wife while she was having her first menstrual cycle and would not leave for 15 minutes while someone who sounded like a male but was recognized as transgender female was in the bathroom carrying on with their friends, and she was fearful to get out. Her biggest fear was, I never used a bathroom, but today I had to do it, and look what happens. This is a real problem. I'm in favor of option number one. I think it brings a sensitive part to everyone's goals. If our school, which I happen to believe the high school is capable of making this happen, and it gives everybody an opportunity to feel safe in the school. And I'm gonna have 4 seconds. Support Hempfield Schools was on the campaign trail. They
Thank you, Mr. Barton.
prioritize safety
Mr. Boggs,
and
thank you.
committed to safe schools. And
Mr.
that is what I
Boggs.
think is important. I got you. Thank you.
Min Thu Nguyen will be followed by Scott Wigglesworth.
Good evening, board members. My name is Min Tu Nguyen. I'm a 2015 graduate of the district. I'm a resident and now a taxpayer, and I also happen to be a non-binary person, bringing a trans perspective to the bathroom policies. If you claim that sex segregation makes spaces safer, consider the gender dynamics of sexual violence. More often, people like me and my transgender peers are the targets of said violence. Speaking from my own experience, being a transgender teen is a fragile enough state to be in. We do not want to harass. We are simply here trying to survive. If we want to talk about statistics, I'd like to point to a study published in the Journal of Adolescent Health in June 2021 on the impact of bathroom discrimination on mental health among transgender and non-binary youth. Of the sample size of youths aged 13 through 24, 58% experienced bathroom discrimination. And of those youth who experienced bathroom discrimination, 85% reported depressive mood and 60% reported seriously considering suicide. My recommendation, if your concern is safety, that administrators, educators, and other district personnel must take violence seriously and other threats seriously, regardless of who is the victim and who is the perpetrator. I want to drive home a point that transgender inclusive policies do not take away from or infringe on the rights of our cisgender, that is to say, non-transgender peers. In fact, transgender inclusive policies save lives. This past fall alone, my community lost at least 3 trans youth to suicide. We're not talking about things that might happen. We're not talking about hypotheticals. These are things that are happening now. These are children that have died. Ask yourselves, are these policies, by prioritizing the comfort of a few over actual safety of a marginalized population, conducive to academic and educational excellence? Ask yourselves, why are we waging a war in our schools instead of focusing on providing our students with resources and opportunities to let them be their best selves? What is the alternative, you might ask? Giving people the agency to choose whichever bathroom they can use, regardless of gender and sex. You've probably already shared a bathroom with a trans person. If you'd seen me in the bathroom, you've shared it with a trans person. Your proposed policy is reductive. It doesn't prepare students for the working world. It doesn't make people feel safe. And in fact, it inflicts more harm on a population whose safety is already compromised. Even OSHA, yes, that OSHA, the workplace safety people, recommend that the employees should determine the safest and most appropriate option for themselves. Even the professional recommendation advocates for autonomy and personal agency. I stand in solidarity with our LGBTQ students. I want them to know there's a future for them as queer adults. Protect trans kids now and forever. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Scott Wigglesworth.
Thank you. Again, I'd like to start by thanking the board members here for serving and all that you do. I'm saddened that I have to even be here to talk on this topic. Let me start by saying I am the proud father of 3 daughters. So this issue is near and dear to my heart. And I would encourage the board to adopt a policy. Tonight's the first that I've gotten to hear. I didn't know you had 3 policies. But I think for me, I think I like number 3, and I could also support number 1. And I believe the main reason that you guys need to consider adopting a policy is for safety and privacy of the students, especially our young girls. A failure to adopt a policy creates the opportunity for individuals with malicious intent to take full advantage of a vulnerable situation. And we've read about these situations that have occurred in Virginia and Oklahoma and other states where assaults have taken place in bathrooms and in private spaces. Bathrooms and changing rooms based on biological sex provide a level of privacy and modesty that, that we have currently and should not be removed. If there is no policy and students are allowed to use the bathroom of their choice, that takes away that privacy and security. And in the previous meeting, there was a lot of talk about the dips, right? The dips in middle school. Imagine if you're back in junior high, and maybe we don't want to imagine that, but imagine if you were, and this is an issue that you're coming into on top of all the other changes that we're coming into as well. Would this have caused you, yourself, if you can put yourself back then, anxiety, mental health issues, stress? My belief is that in trying to solve this problem, and when I say problem, I've heard the argument that the reason that this needs to occur, that transgenders need to be able to pick their own bathroom, is because of inclusion, self-esteem, and mental health. And my question to you is, will a bathroom policy accomplish this? Is there not another way to accomplish this? Because I think if there is another way, it would gain broad support and there would be the entire community behind it. It would not be a divisive issue where you have one side and another side. So if we're really concerned about the mental health of our students, I do think we need to ensure safety and privacy. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our speakers. At this point, our board members, everyone has copies of the draft policies, and we will open this for discussion. And Mr. Garber, we know that you're on. If you wish to comment, just let us know or take your camera off and just jump in. And along with the board, Ms. Landis, Mr. Albright, if you have any comments, obviously you have the right of voice as well. Does anyone have any comments on any of the draft policies? Otherwise, this is going to be a real short meeting. Ms. Brady?
My comment is, I'm not sure this is the time to be looking at a policy, some of which are going to require physical change to our spaces, when we are also looking at a feasibility study of new building and building remodeling. More than anything, though, I'd like to state that I feel like these policy drafts are coming from a place of fear, of othering our transgender and non-binary student populations. And I don't think that's what's best for all of our students.
Thank you, Mrs. Brady. Mr. Walgemuth?
I have a couple comments, but I'll start with stating that it is fundamentally the responsibility of the board to create a policy. Currently, we do not have a facilities policy in Hempfield School District. This policy accomplishes a few things as part of it. Obviously, the focus tonight is on the issues that we've talked about and looking at these three policies. So I'll just stick to that. Starting with the fact that policy number 1, which we have on here, is based on the biological sex, the gender identity option, and also the single user option. Fundamentally, we've heard from the community and heard from others that that's going to take probably some adjustments to our facilities. And to reiterate the fact that I don't think there's really an appetite at this point to make expensive changes to our facilities, I would suggest that policy 3, and I'm jumping to that one, is currently gender, biological gender, and then obviously the single-use bathrooms. And I'm going to cut to the chase. The policy that fits in the middle of both of those and probably will upset both sides of this issue is the one that allows for accommodations when, which is policy number 2. It allows for some considerations on both sides of the coin. It does not require any facility change or renovations at this time. And it works to meet in the middle somewhere between no policy, straight biological policy, and or a renovations with accommodations for everyone. I would suggest that probably the most reasonable approach to this would be to consider policy number 2 at this point. It also aligns with our sports policy. So when I look at this from a broad perspective, you look at the sports policy, which also has accommodations when the burden of proof falls on the individual to bring back information to say that there's been a consistent effort or a consistent showing that they have changed their identity. And so it allows for some accommodations within the rule. We've heard from our administration that that's what they would like. They would like some autonomy. It also puts some guardrails up like bumpers on a bowling alley and allows for some wiggle room in there, but doesn't allow anyone to fall into the gutter. So it's not going to meet all of one side's needs. It's not going to meet all of the other side's needs, but it does provide what I would consider the best balance in a difficult situation and allows for some consideration when there is a burden of proof or some demonstration that the student and family have worked with the district to show that there's been a consistent effort to change their identity.
If I may, I would say that requiring a burden of proof is the exact place where the problem lies, that our transgender students should not be asked to carry a larger burden in their daily activity, their daily right of going to the bathroom than anybody else. Should all students be comfortable and feel safe in the bathrooms? Yes.
Let me explain that a little further. What I mean by that is that today I can't decide that I'm going to identify differently, come into the district and use the bathroom that I identify as. I have to show that I'm not just making that decision in that moment and allowing for some level of consistency related to that decision so that it eliminates the ability for an individual like me to come in and say, today I'm identifying a certain way and you must allow me to use the facility of my identity. So when I talk about burden of proof, whether that may be semantics in the language, I'm talking about what we have in the policy of showing some level of consistency, that it's not just in state of the moment where I'm deciding I want to do what I want to do. And so that eliminates that in policy number 2 and allows for some accommodations, but does not give it away that I can just identify however I want and do whatever I want.
I would beg to challenge the idea that transgender youth decide one day that I'm going to have one gender identity today, and tomorrow I might have a different gender identity. So I think that you're coming from a false premise there.
I would disagree, and I would say that there are times when that could happen, and this policy is meant to be a policy being proactive towards any situations, not reactive. So even if those circumstances haven't occurred and don't occur, that's fine. But this policy protects and is a policy that is protective of the future, not necessarily being reactive to the current state. And an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. You always plan for unplanned situations. And as a board, we have a responsibility to create policy so that we don't put this burden on our teachers, our staff, and our administration. And frankly, if we don't do our job and create a policy, that burden falls on them in a situation that could be very difficult, and it puts them in a bad situation. So if we take the easy path and do nothing with this and create a policy, which frankly is the easiest path, we now shifted that burden one layer to our teachers, our staff, and our administration. And to me, that's foregoing our duties as a board. We have a responsibility with a touchy subject like this that is a challenge, and there are divisive areas of this topic. We have a responsibility as a board to create the policy and those guardrails. And if we don't do that, shame on us.
Mr. Bremersky, is it true that, because I actually think option 1 is the best option because it provides facilities if someone wants to go transgender or biological sex, they have both options as well as single user facilities. Is it true that it will actually be any significant cost to do option one if we were to implement that at Hempfield?
So option one and option two have language in the policies that reference private changing areas. And we have some space in the high school that at this point, in terms of the private changing areas, that we would need to do some work to. So that would cost some dollars to do that. And then there would be signage from a restroom standpoint.
There would be no cost as far as the restrooms, though, just some with the changing facility. Is that correct? Other than the signage?
Correct.
And the dressing facilities, are we talking a large amount of money? Is any
It would
ballpark idea?
probably comparable to what we would have done at the middle schools. Looking at Dr. Musser, because I had asked him to look through the locker rooms.
Yeah, about the same.
I have a question to probably to the
Ms. Eshelman?
administrators. Although it's not in policy, do you have procedures that you have been using up to this point that have been working?
Yes.
Define working.
So for the district primarily, this has been working with counselors and family and outside counselors and trying to treat each individual with respect to where they're at in life. I can say in the last 10, 11 years, that path has been different for each family we work with. So to say that there's a certain process that here's the process, let me show you what that is, I can't do that. But we've really leaned very hard on the families because sometimes families are at different spots with their students as well with some of the decisions they're making.
And individuals. I'm guessing.
Correct. So we lean heavily on the mental health professionals and try to make sure that we work with them and have a process there. So everyone's well informed of the decision. And we also try to add as much time into that decision as possible. So all parties can process that and be respectful.
And just hearing that, I just want to say that I know myself and my family, like hearing that makes me feel good that individuals are being respected, families are being pulled in, families are, and that there's lots of administrators, counselors. I mean, there's people involved and who care, they're showing compassion. Like you said, the time component. I know my kids who are really little right now, that's the Hempfield they know. And that just, that feels good.
I don't think a bathroom policy takes away how our administration and staff and board cares about the kids. And as far as if the question about, is this working? Well, it obviously didn't work with Mr. Bard's daughter. And my guess is there's other instances that we can find. And again, option one would prevent those instances from happening.
Well, it's a basic need. I mean, on the hierarchy of needs, going to the bathroom is a basic need.
Agreed.
So I would say that is important.
And I think option one would meet the needs of everyone.
Fundamentally, I don't disagree that option one is a good option. I think the concern is the logistics and the fact that there's not enough bathroom space or facility space to accommodate option one appropriately. And now I get concerned we're going to walk into a situation where it's going to require renovations by the district. And so as much as I like option one, maybe for the future, I feel like option one is not a practical option at the moment.
I'd agree with Mr. Wogelmuth on option one. Is my microphone on? Do I just need a screen? I agree from a practicality standpoint, from a policing standpoint, enforcement standpoint, logistics. There's a number of reasons why option one to me just does not make sense. I can probably give you 8, 10 more reasons if you want them. But the other thing is too, you're looking to, if I understand it the way that I understand it, you're going to essentially cut the square footage of our facilities in half and say, hey, 2,200 kids in the high school, all now have to use half of the space you once did. Looking at the issues that we have in our bathrooms today of vaping, which there's a policy for and isn't followed. Fighting, which there's a policy for and isn't followed. Like like, to me, when you have more people congregating in a space, when you already have issues, that doesn't solve a problem to me. That's for that reason, I agree with Mr. Wogan. To me, option one, it's a lot of logistical nightmares to me, and more reasons than that. For purposes of clarification, Mr. Walker, two things. Number one, could you please, for the sake of the board, for the public, for those listening in, talk about consistent assertion, exactly what that means. That could be a new term for some people in the room.
Sure, and if it's okay, I will read the.
Mr. Walker, please use the microphone.
Yes. If it's okay, I will read the definition that's in the policy. This definition is the same in both options.
Can we put them up on the screen with that? Is it easy to do that?
He's a very demanding guy. Very demanding.
If you can. Oh, okay.
Okay. Thank you. So,
We want the definition of consistent assertion.
That's right.
yes,
It's the same on both one and
Just-
two.
just pull one up.
Yeah, it's the same one.
okay. So as can be seen up there on the screen, that is the definition that we put together in this draft policy. And the idea of consistent assertion and in the research that I did in this area, it is a topic that we see throughout restroom or facility uses, or the concept of gender identity generally. So we tried to borrow from some other items that I was able to find, but it generally is that steady and consistent assertion. It truly is someone's core sense of who they are as an individual, that is a consistent assertion. And with that, I want to make sure that I tie this together for the board's understanding here. If we go ahead, this is option one. Actually, could we pull up option two? Is that possible? On the third page, I believe. So for this option,
It's the large paragraph there.
yes, for this option, you can see that the concept of consistent assertion is again incorporated here. And I bring this up just to follow up on Mr. Wohlgemuth's point as to the documentation or the proof, but it's that school personnel will confirm the consistent assertion of the gender identity and through that process may request additional confirmation. But then they're tying back to the definition. It's when there is some credible basis for believing there's an improper assertion of a gender identity, possibly that additional information will be required.
Additional comments or questions?
I have one more question for clarification. I may come back to this. Can we go ahead and define what grade levels we're speaking of here? Obviously, we're talking about the high school, but we also have many other buildings in our district. Can we define that, please?
In all three of the options, and Mr. Berminski, would you?
So
Okay.
so in the options, you'll see here on policy option one, that is actually a decision that would need to be made. I will say option one, from a logistical standpoint, I would not recommend at the elementary and middle school because of this discussions around the number of bathrooms that we have, and recognizing that we are not saying which bathroom a student will need to use, but if students are uncomfortable, we potentially are then creating a space where they have limited number of bathrooms to use, regardless of whether cisgender, transgender, et cetera. We have single user restrooms. They are limited at the middle school. So for example, at Centerville Middle School, we would be looking at 2 single user bathrooms, 3 biological sex bathrooms, and 2 gender identity bathrooms. And then that replicates then similarly at Landisville Middle School. I will say, if you look at the policy of option 1, you need to, in my opinion, consider restroom, locker room, and showers, though our showers aren't used, but they're in the locker rooms, and within the locker rooms, there are restrooms and stalls. So you can't just say restrooms and leave locker rooms out of the discussion, because we have spaces where all three are present at the secondary level, both middle schools and high school. If this was an option, it is or would be my suggestion, if the board moves in this direction, that it would be just the high school because of the number of bathrooms that we have. You have 7 single-user bathrooms, 7 biological sex bathrooms, and 6 gender identity bathrooms. However, for public events, this policy would need to be discussed in terms of a 24/7 policy, if you will, because if you have the policy just as a student day policy, our students are in our schools for many hours. But at public events, you would still need to apply the same policy because you're talking about students. And if there is an event going on in Buchanan Gym, we currently have 1 restroom facility that would be open, 1 male, 1 female. We would need to open more space within the high school, which would create, in a sense, somewhat of a security issue, that the entire first floor of the school would be open for a public event to still be in line with the policy. So that needs to be understood before there's any other discussion around.
Mrs. Brady?
I think along those same lines, and that was a point I wanted to bring up about public events, about how do we address this with visiting athletes? Our school may have one policy, the visiting athletes from another school, must they comply? If at their school, they have the freedom to use a gender identity bathroom, and now at our school, perhaps that choice isn't available to them. I think we have to look beyond, like you said, the hours of the school day, because parents and students from other schools will be coming here. And is there then I don't want to use the word policing mechanism, but who will be watching over that? Who will be monitoring that when it's not a principal's responsibility to say, hey, you're in the wrong bathroom? I just think we're going down a very difficult rabbit hole that, in my mind, I would have a 4th option here. And that 4th option would be, we go with gender identity, use the bathroom of your gender identity. If you are not comfortable in that bathroom, be you trans, non-binary, or cisgendered, you can use the private bathroom. So a cisgendered student who is uncomfortable using a bathroom because perhaps transgender students are using it, they too can have the option of a private bathroom. I would rather see just that than biological sex being even brought into.
I would just suggest that the logistics of that, based on the numbers, don't work. There's not enough single-use bathrooms to accommodate that, and that's the problem with that thinking. Without, again, additional renovations and expensive work done to the buildings, that option doesn't work.
Maybe going forward, though, in whatever construction, renovation, anything, there can be some other options in other places that have been implemented where the safety is really a high priority because of the way the bathrooms are designed and things like that. You know,
I think
New construction, we get a clean slate. So this can be looked at differently, and policies are not written in stone. They are meant to be adjusted, changed, and adapted over time. So I do think this will be revisited when we have a discussion about, a rebuild or a remodel. But currently, there's practical matters here that unless we're willing to commit dollars to this, which I think we've heard from many different community members and from others, that that's not really something we want to do at this point, then we need to work within the footprint of the district, the buildings that we have. And as much as I'd like to look at option 1 and some of these other options, I don't think practically we can do that. I think we have to work within our footprint unless we're going to agree as a board, we're going to commit probably millions of dollars to do some renovations, which I'm not ready to support, frankly.
And there would be a little cost, like we were talking about the highlighted parts of option 1 and 2. If we go with option 2, there is still a little bit of cost because you said the setup of the locker room shop. The things we saw that were already in the middle school would have to be added.
Or- I have a question.
Okay, and Mr. Garber actually has a point, and then
Okay.
Mr. Maris. Mr. Garber?
Can we answer?
Yeah, I just have a couple questions here.
Mr. Garber, you're not, we need you on the microphone.
I
Just
should
give us
be.
one moment, we're having some technical issues.
While they're working through that, if I can just come back to Mrs. Eshelman's point there, what we
Just
talked
the
about.
highlighted part in both
Yes,
of those.
the private changing areas, we would need to do some of the curtain work that was done at the middle schools, in some of the high school locker rooms, not all, but some, to ensure that all of the locker rooms would have private changing areas, whether it was policy option 1 or 2, regardless of that.
Do you have him on?
Good. Give it a try again, Mr. Garber.
You there?
Yep, there you go.
All right, so I just have a couple questions. So you kind of just answered my question. Number 1, number 2, the cost is not going to be greatly different either way. And follow up on that, can you give me a rough idea of the cost? Are we talking 10,000, 50,000, million? What are we talking about? And then I have a follow-up question after that.
I would say it would be less than $10,000.
And
And
I
it
have-
is pretty much the same for both policies, correct?
Yes.
Cost wise, I mean, within reason.
Yes, that is correct. We would need to do, regardless of option of the policies, we would need to do the same thing to ensure private changing areas in all locker rooms. There's not a lot that we have, not a lot of the locker rooms, but there are a few that would need some of this work. So when I look at what it cost at the middle school, it would be less than 10,000 for either option.
Okay. The next follow-up question, is there a thought process of maybe having 2 different policies for different grade levels, one for high school, and because you said elementary and middle school creates a different level of challenges than our high school. Would there be an option to have a policy, for instance, 2 for like elementary and middle, and then 1 for high school? Or is that going to cause legal problems?
Yes, if that's the will of the board, then yes.
I wanted to talk about Mr. Wagner's assertion that if we went with option 1, that the bathrooms would be very overcrowded. With your idea, Mr. Bomersky, is that actually a true statement?
For clarity, before you answer, Mr. Bomersky, I don't think I said very overcrowded.
Okay,
What
but
I
you
said was
talked
you're
about
taking-
being crowded.
What I said was you're taking the square footage of our current facilities and cutting them in half and saying the exact same student population now. And so to be clear, that wouldn't necessarily happen, right? If I had a crystal ball, I would guess that's what would happen because.
Okay.
Right? So.
I just
I'll-
want to
I'll be
address that.
clear with- I'll be
Okay,
clear with
woman,
that, right?
gentleman, woman at a time, please.
So I do want to be clear with that, but what I'm saying is that you are potentially inciting congregations that we don't currently have today. That's what you said.
Okay, so I want to get his
To-
2 cents on
yep.
that.
So to your question, I actually cannot answer that because that is an individual choice that our students and potentially families would have to make. I can't speculate here how many or approximately how many students are going to decide I'm comfortable or not comfortable with the scenarios outlined in the policies. Where my concern lies is that, again, the lack of or the largeness of the number of facilities that we don't have at the middle schools. Because as we've looked at
Understood.
this and working through, at the middle schools currently, before you do anything with regards to a decision, you have 5 gang-style bathrooms, male, female currently, and 2 single-user bathrooms for our students.
So Mr. Garber's idea of maybe option 2 for elementary and middle school and then option 1 for the high school may actually be a decent way to look at this. I don't know.
But we talked about the implementation of option 1 would be like how do we implement that? How do we check? How do we know? You know what I mean? Like,
And I
did
will.
we already speak to that? I feel like we did.
Yeah, so based on that policy, I will say in discussions that we've had within the policy, it does specifically talk about under the delegation of responsibility that we have to ensure that the information of the policy is available in the student handbooks for each school year to allow parents to discuss the policy and parent expectations with their children who are in the district. From an administrative standpoint, we do not want to be in the position where we're pulling large groups of students together to talk about options for their use of bathrooms and giving them, from the school standpoint, that's the message they're hearing for you to decide, here's the information, how you want to decide. We believe that that is and should be with the parents in discussion, but it puts the school in a very difficult position. We have to ensure that this information is received by families, because if we have students who are improperly using the bathrooms, we would then have to work through a disciplinary process. But I can't go down that process if I can't confirm that the parents have received the information. And that's something that we've discussed from a legal standpoint, that would be additional work, that if that's the will of the board, we would do that. But I want to be clear that I do not want our administrators pulling large groups of students together to talk about, here are your options and this is what it means, because that should be at the family level in terms of the discussion as a starting point. If people have questions individually, that's fine. But I don't believe, based on comments we've heard at this point, from individuals that we've heard from in the community, that that's the first time that parents would want their kids hearing about that. So we would have to do our due diligence to make sure that is communicated very clearly, if that is a will of the board, that parents understand and very clearly understand what those options are, so they can have the conversations with their students first.
Ms. Landis or Mr. Albright, do either of you have any comments? And if you don't want to, just let me know when you do.
So when I was like elected for this position and throughout since 9th grade, I've been a representative for student council, and therefore my job is to represent the student body. We have not had any Win 5 meetings due to assemblies, due to watching our chorus concert and like orchestra and everything like that. And we also had a meeting with the Attorney General. So we did not have any Win 5 meetings. We have not had a chance to discuss. However, it is really important to us. And at our next meeting, we plan on discussing this for almost the whole duration of the time. So that way I can get a good feedback of what my peers think and what the student body thinks, because there is an Avery Landis opinion. However, I would not like to share that. I'd rather share Avery Landis student council president opinion. And I don't have that for you tonight. So in regards to that, that's what student council has brought up. When we have the time to discuss it, it is definitely going to be discussed, and I can come back with what we feel the student body feels and not what I feel the student body feels. So that's how I feel on that.
That's very well
topic.
said.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to add that I think option one also, I think it's a good compromise, because if there's bathrooms that are labeled for transgender, cisgender can still go in those bathrooms if they're comfortable. But individuals that are cisgender that want to just go biological sex, they can use the original bathroom. So I still think that's a good compromise. So not everyone going into the transgender bathrooms would necessarily be transgender individuals. They would be people that are comfortable with that.
Yeah, listen, I get it. And I hear you, Charles. I don't know. I'm a 45-year-old guy, but I remember my high school days like they were yesterday, as I'm sure many other people do. What I can tell you is that once you start, one of the reasons why option one gives me pause is, again, a handful of things I already talked about. But the other thing is too, if you put a spotlight on somebody that doesn't want a spotlight put on them, whether they're cisgender or they're a transgender student, it doesn't matter who they are, right? I'm a cisgender male, right? If where am I going to go to the bathroom? Probably in the male restroom. In fact, definitely in the male restroom, right? Even if I have to go really, really, really bad, I'm probably going to find my bathroom. Why? Because there's some 17-year-old yin yang that's going to get all over me and potentially make fun of me for going into a bathroom I don't want to be in. So what I look at is I look at the potential reality of putting our kids into a situation that they may or may not want to be in. And I would be very careful with that move. Right.
And I hear what you're saying, but I think maybe our student council saying what the students think, maybe kids are different today and they're guys are
Love to hear
less, guys will be more comfortable. I don't care. I'll go in the transgender
be.
bathroom.
Could
I
be.
think
And
it
maybe that's my hang up, right? I'd love to hear
I
that.
have a chance,
Mrs.
I
Johnson,
keep-
go ahead.
thank you. I keep leaning in.
Go ahead.
but, first of all, I think that privacy and safety of our students is of paramount importance, regardless of sex, gender identity, definitions, whatever. I have girls, and it's been a while since they graduated, one's 4 years, 5 years. One of my girls, she couldn't even stand to change clothes in front of the girls, much less if someone else had walked in. So privacy is really important. And so we want to, whatever decision we make, I think that's an important factor. And I also have said, I've asked, how long is it going to be before we actually, at 3 to 6 months, we're going to make a decision about what we're going to do, renovations, build, whatever we're going to do with our fixed facilities. Okay, once we do that, how long will it take to build those facilities? Probably 3 to 5 years. Am I correct in that assumption? Because I think privacy is so important. I think it's important to spend the money to fix the facilities in our current buildings in whatever way the administrators come up with. Because they've looked at this already. I've walked around in the buildings pro-COVID, when we went to the middle school and they said, oh, there's no bathrooms. I'm like, what's that bathroom? There's 2 there. And they were 2 bathrooms that were used for teachers. And I'm like, can't we just change the sign and say student, teacher? And it's what they did. So there are solutions out there that I think we can accommodate the desire for privacy. And I'm speaking on behalf of a mother of daughters. I have sons also who wouldn't be real keen to, they're a lot older too, so maybe they don't think, maybe if they were 15 today, they might think differently. They're not real keen to change clothes or go to the bathroom with female sex around. So what am I saying? I think we can fix this problem, and if part of the fix is money, I think we need to do that. And I know Mr. Fogelmuth, his brain's probably exploding right now. But we need to ensure, we said, why are we even looking at this? Privacy, safety, and respect everyone. So we have to do something. If you're going to have privacy, you've got to do curtains, you've got to change the stall structure, floor to ceiling, whatever that is. I believe we need to be responsible for that to happen. So what policy am I option, am I for? I have to study it a little bit more. I'm not sure, but I do know without a doubt, we have to provide privacy, safety for all of our students, and we have to respect all of our students regardless of what choices they make in their life. And I think our administrators, they have shown that they can be quite,
Resourceful.
thank you. That's a better word than the one I was thinking.
Okay.
To make this happen. So that's what but I'm not prepared right now to say which option
Okay.
that
thank you,
I'm
Mr.
available.
Johnson.
I think Rich has a comment, and then I'd like to make another one.
Yeah, Mr. Garber, then Mr. Maris, and then I have a comment.
So do I.
Mr. Garber?
I think Linda spoke it eloquently. I think we did this with the athletic policy. It's about equity for all. I think when we look at some of this for the females, we're looking for protecting the females, we're protecting males, or protecting transgender. So I think I really like what Ms. Johnson said about that is our focus, and our focus should just be on all students. And that's why, I really like what you just said.
Thank you, Mr. Garber.
Dave, you have, my understanding is a policy similar to this option one has been implemented, some other schools that you've implemented. Can you share with us how that's gone with them? As far as, how's that rolled out and how that worked with the schools, just briefly?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. So, in my understanding of that, and I was not the primary attorney working with them. It was my colleagues at the firm. My understanding is the process, it was a lot of healthy debate in public meetings to come to that solution. But my understanding as of today, the implementation has been fine. I'm not aware of any issues that have arisen under the policies. I still think there is some work to do under them as far as administrative regulations, and that takes some time as well. But I personally am not aware of any issues with the implementation.
Thank you.
I have a comment. I support, option one for the high school and option two for the middle school and elementary school. This is why. First, option one is by far the most inclusive option that we have. There, as Mrs. Johnston said, and others have pointed out correctly, this is about privacy and choice for all students. Privacy, safety, and choice. Option one gives us that. Every student has the choice of 3 bathrooms under option one. The bathroom that aligns with their biological sex, the bathroom that aligns with their gender identity, or the single-use bathroom. So I don't think there's going to be an overcrowding issue. Mr. Wagner, to your point, it's possible, I agree, but I think that students now are probably much more comfortable in different situations than perhaps we were 30, 40 years ago. So I do not share the concerns about overcrowding. I am pleased to hear that whatever renovations would need to happen would be relatively inexpensive. Secondly, what I like about option one is it meets our transgender students where they are and doesn't require them to prove themselves to anyone. They don't have to consistently assert anything. They can simply use the bathroom that aligns with their gender identity or use the bathroom that aligns with their biological sex. So I think it is inclusive. It respects the privacy of cisgender students and gives everyone choice. So that's why for the high school, I am in support of option one. I'm sensitive, Mr. Bomerski, to the concerns about facilities in the middle school, and I would be fine with either a continuation of our current practice or a codification of our current practice at option two in the middle school.
If we're willing to split these, which I think isn't the first time that's been brought up, where we consider something for the high school that practically, fits within the footprint, and we're considering something different for the middle school, I think your points, Mr. Keener, are well taken. When I thought about this from the beginning, I'm thinking it from a holistic standpoint as one policy that meets the needs of the students. And practically the middle school, I don't feel like can fit into option number one, no matter how hard we try. And so that's where the barrier was. But if we're willing to look at this from a high school and a middle school perspective in 2 different buckets, now we can have that discussion about option one and option two.
Thank you, Mr. Waldemar. Ms.
I-
Kesselman?
Yeah, I disagree that privacy is addressed in, give me a second. Sorry. Yes, in option one. Because, and this is kind of where I believe Mr. Wagner was going, there's going to be a lot of questions around who's using what bathroom and again, the administration regulations that are going to be, so like how Ms. Johnston was talking about privacy, like within stalls, this is a different kind of privacy where kids are being othered because there are multiple options. Like you're saying multiple options means inclusive, but it also can be very detrimental to one's privacy. So the definition of privacy that Mrs. Johnston was giving was more like in single stalls and, like that. I'm talking about the privacy of just who you are as a human being and administrators needing to come up with all these regulations around it and regulations with visitors and sports and everything. And so I disagree that privacy is being addressed in number one. I think it just creates a lot of administration issues, opens up a whole can of worms, which then trickles down to our kids, where the kids are watching each other and what it, that's not privacy.
I disagree. I think it's very simple. You have signs in the doors. You explain it to the kids. They know they can use the transgender either way. If they're cisgender or transgender, if they want a strict biological sex, that protects the privacy of the cisgender individuals. So I don't think it's complicated, and I don't think we're going to have administrative police. I think the kids will do what it says on
Yeah,
the signs on the
police
door.
each other, which is scary and not a safe environment.
Let's
I'll
talk
have a-
about that for a sec. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, Mr. Wagner and then Mrs. Johnson.
I'll defer to Mrs. Johnson.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Privacy that I was talking about with the floor to ceiling, that means anybody can go anywhere. And I don't think we can afford to do that right now in our old buildings. There are other options. If that's what we need to do, then we need to do it. Because what I'm looking for is privacy for each student. So when they go in to use the facilities, that they don't get that they're not afraid, or they're feel like they have to hide in the stall until everybody leaves. I don't want to, that's not safety, that's not privacy. And this is a very confusing issue. If I sound, that's why I say privacy is really important, and that is in safety, feeling safe. We talk about feeling safe all the time. If a girl goes into the bathroom and they don't feel safe, then we don't have a safety, then we have not addressed that safety issue properly.
Mr. Wagner and then Mr. Albright.
So I have a
I
couple
thought, did
things.
you not have your hand up? No. Oh, okay, sorry. Mr. Wagner.
Yeah, the safety thing, I think we could probably go round and round for hours on the safety piece, right? I mean, let's be honest. I mean, when you know, no matter who, if you are a transgender male or a transgender female, at the end of the day, when you're in the bathroom, you're using the stall, right? You can't, there's no getting around that. It's just, it is what it is, right? So, so then the question becomes, what happens when you're done doing your business and you come out of that stall? But at the end of the day too, we also know that if I wanted to walk into a women's room right now, I could do that, right? And would anyone here feel safe if I did that? If you're like, there's a lot of ways to break down safety, right? That's my point, right? But that's not what I was actually gonna say. But the safety discussion, we could probably go round and round for hours on this. Two other questions. Mr. Maris already broached this one with you, Mr. Walker, of other districts statewide that have implemented this, that you've worked with in doing your research, which I would assume that you've done. Can you talk about other districts? There's over 500 of them in the state that have actually implemented some kind of policy that talks through this. Didn't have to be from your firm writing it, but I'm curious as to what you found as you've done your research and you've done your due diligence and looking this up, because this is a sensitive topic. We're not the only ones talking about it, and I'd be hard pressed to believe that there hasn't been something uncovered there. What do you
So,
got?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. In full candor, I did not do a 500 district survey.
400? I mean, did you?
I think there's 501.
You tell me.
501 in Pennsylvania, right?
516?
What's that? Oh,
It doesn't matter. Sorry.
Yeah.
500 even.
I would be happy to pull some further examples if that would help with the board's consideration. I think there is a wide variation, would be my guess, and from the ones I've seen, it varies within our region. But if you'd like to see more from throughout the state, I'd be happy to look into that.
Yeah, maybe I might. I also realize that there's probably about 10 dozen different factors that would play into why a district did or did not do something based on needs. So it's a completely it's a needs-based discussion, no doubt. Just curious of what you found. The other question I would have would be if someone could please walk me through the process, if there is one, of and Mr. Keener, in the first part of this meeting, before we took executive session, you used the phrase evidence of sincerity. So can someone walk me through
what?
The phrase evidence of sincerity? So can someone walk me through the process of proving or disproving evidence of sincerity as it relates to this matter?
I believe that would be covered by the definition of consistent assertion, and if Mr. Walker wishes to review that again, that would be fine.
Sure, absolutely. And Mr. Bermierski may be able to add more in the practical sense. I was looking at this from the legal perspective, but the practical implementation piece of it is, I think, where your question's rooted. But from my perspective legally, we have the definition here of consistent assertion that we think gets to the root of the concept of consistent assertion to make sure that gender identity is what is listed here as far as being a sincerely held part of their core identity. Okay. The definitions do incorporate the concept of improper purpose, and I think that was added as a response to the request to make sure that students aren't being immature or otherwise improper and using a restroom that maybe they shouldn't be in. So it's a balance of those 2 points to make sure that it's not for an improper purpose, but the concept of consistent assertion is very broad. And I think a key component of that is what I would say is you have to judge that on an individual student case by case basis. A lot of factors might go into it as far as their age and other things like that. But it's one of those things, if they are consistently asserting and it truly is meeting that definition, it's something that most likely your school staff knows about that, and the administration and working with the student and the parent will be able to quite clearly identify that.
Dr. Musser, from what you described before, for the students you have worked with on this, it sounds like you are, maybe it wasn't called consistent assertion, but you've been doing that, because the way I heard you say you worked with parents, you've worked with counselors, therapists, etc. It's not just, again, me coming in and saying.
Yeah, that's certainly the aim of the team as we navigate this. We haven't seen a lot of students that have been, to use the term that someone else used, moving back and forth through the gender piece. When we're working with a family, it's very consistent.
And without doing this, I seem to remember if someone.
And again, when I say we, I just want to make sure these are the counselors that are working very hard in consult. They're doing a nice job. It's not me sitting down at every table.
And when a student changes their school records to either, reflect the change, it stays like that then if they switch to being.
So that's accurate. So part of our process too is to make sure that if when a student does change their records as they are allowed to in PIMS, part of our meetings with the families is to make sure that the family understands that they need to go through some of the other official record change pieces, because if they don't, they're actually creating an additional student, and the diploma will be different and transcripts won't match. And it'll be a concern for that student as they go into post-secondary ed or the career world. So we try to make sure that they understand that they need to make sure all those documents line up, and we try to help them through that through their high school experience, because after they're through the high school, there's nothing linking those two, for the lack of a better term, names together.
And this question, my next question might be for Mr. Walker more. If we did the second, assuming the student goes through the consistent assertion, we do this at the middle school, if I'm understanding correctly, basically it's because we're not, other than changing signs, it's basically you can use the bathroom that's across the hallway as long as you're going into the appropriate, whatever, either biological or gender identity. Okay, so you have an 8th grader that has done this, they go to the high school now, and all of a sudden we're saying, okay, you're now a trans male or female, it doesn't matter. Instead of using every bathroom that's available, you now have to go to blank. Am I reading that correctly if we would do that?
I would defer to Mr. Bermierski on how that would work within your facility.
Well, sorry, I mean, that's just the way I look at it is.
So if the accommodation was made under option 2, because there is demonstration of consistent assertion, and the way policy 2 is written, that the individual would have the ability to use any of the bathrooms based now on their gender identity. To your point, when they went to the high school, they would still have 3 options, given that you still have the option for biological sex, gender identity, or single user. However, I think to your point, it is possible that there would be less options because at that point, there would be the change in the system, potentially with PIMS based on the gender. So it may appear that way, yes.
And my other thing for this too is, for myself personally, because the student council is here and they haven't had the discussion, I really value their opinion because again, they're living with this every day. So I'm not ready to make any decision without hearing.
Right, and I like my point to be here, even though I don't have an opinion, is to try to get as much information that I can from like all of you to bring back to like kind of explain it to my peers and stuff like that. I did have a few points that I wanted to get a little more explanation on. So for option 1, that was like making the accommodation for a separate like bathroom or separate like space for LGBTQ and non-binary like that to belong. So you'd have like the cisgendered bathrooms, and then are we asking all transgender students to go to one bathroom, or is it like male to female, female to male, and then non-binary, or how? I wasn't sure how that's.
Avery, that's a good question. So back to option 1. So the way policy option 1 draft works at this point is the high school or any school would have to determine traditional current bathrooms are male, female is how they're labeled. Some of those bathrooms would remain male, female, and you may use that bathroom based on your biological sex. So that's your first choice. Other bathrooms, those gang style bathrooms that are currently male, female, some other ones would be labeled from the standpoint of you may use that restroom or that facility based on your gender identity. So again, everyone now has 2 choices. So if you identify your biological sex as female, you may use the biological female bathroom.
As well as the identified female.
You identify as female, you may use the gender identity female bathroom, and then you may also use the single user bathroom.
Right.
That's policy 1.
And then
But with every student, can you, regardless of if they're cis or trans, has a choice of 3 bathrooms?
I would disagree.
No, yeah, only 2.
No.
No.
there-
No, because of the consistent assertion. So if I'm,
That's not, I don't think that's part of policy.
That is part of
And it
option
doesn't
1.
matter if it is or isn't. Under policy, under option 1, let's say that you are biologically male, but a trans female. Your choices would be the biological male bathroom because you are biologically male, or you could use the gender identity female bathroom because you identify as female, or you could use the single user. That's the
That's-
beauty of option 1, is that everyone has 3 choices.
but the consistent assertion doesn't apply to that? It's not
It-
one. So
It does,
it's
it
like-
is in option 1. However, in that scenario, we would defer to the student in making sure that they themselves are consistently asserting that, and that would be, in a sense, the expectation, if you will. Because if you look at what's in that policy in terms of option 1, everything that Dr. Muster talked about, the ability to change gender, things, all of that still is in play from a school district standpoint, but we would ask that individuals who are using the gender identity bathroom, you are a trans male, trans female, that you are consistently asserting that, and therefore that allows you. And if you aren't, then we would ask that you would just use the biological sex for the single user.
But you wouldn't be able to use the biologicals. That's what I'm.
She's asking if you would assert that you're the transgender, you could still use the biological
Correct.
sex of
Correct.
your original
Still
biological
have
sex.
biological sex.
Right.
Well, but isn't
Think
that?
about that.
Yeah, you go, Mrs. Ashland.
So I identify as, like I was born, I hate talking about this, I'm sorry. I was born assigned female at birth. And then I identify as male, or my gender identity is male. So you're telling me in option 1, and I present as a male. I have whatever that means. I would present maybe to you as male. That means I can go in the gender identity male bathroom, and I can go into the sex assigned at birth female bathroom.
Correct.
Even though everything I identify as, and I talk with my parents
Yeah.
and the counselor and
Correct.
everybody, and I can go in the biologically, okay,
Correct.
Female.
That is.
and
correct.
that doesn't cause a problem for some people?
I don't know how
I
that.
don't think
fixes
that's the
problem.
argument. I was just.
No, I don't
answering
think
the
so.
question.
I want to put that situation out there if we're thinking about.
What you defined is correct, yes. So in that case, you have three options in that, in what you just outlined, yes. The way that I understand.
In all
I'm
like-
concerned that the example that we were given earlier tonight about a female in the female bathroom was uncomfortable because she heard a male's voice.
Right.
Now we have a transgender male who is female at birth in the female bathroom. Those women who were uncomfortable before are still going to be uncomfortable. That situation hasn't been fixed
Right.
for
Yeah,
them.
Like that's just,
Right. Mrs. Esselman?
no, go ahead,
Oh.
go ahead.
I'm not
But
saying,
I don't think, I agree, Mrs. Brady, that conceivably, there might be people who would be uncomfortable. But I don't think any of us want to go down the path of telling people what bathroom they have to use based just on how they look or sound. And it sounds like that's
Agreed.
what we might be advocating now. I mean, I think option one.
Gender expression.
No, what they
your
identify.
gender identity.
In all likelihood, they're gonna go to the identified bathroom. They're not gonna go in the original biological sex. So
We
we're
don't-
talking about a
So then they
situation.
really only have two choices.
Yes. And you
No.
can't predict that.
Choice.
No, they still have that other choice. They still have that other choice.
It's not quite as fair of a choice as a cisgendered student still has them.
Say that again, please.
I wanted to make one other point. To Mr. Donato's point,
Hang on.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, who's on deck?
I
Mrs.
think
Johnson.
Mrs. Johnson asked me to clarify.
Oh, okay.
So if we're presenting three options, a cisgender student has three clear options. They can do a private, they can do a gender identity, they can do gender at birth. They have three clear options. No changes. A trans student could use the private bathroom. A trans student could use the gender identity bathroom. But they really can't use the gender at birth bathroom. If they have made a full transition, that is not a good choice for them.
So you're saying it's not a good choice, but it could be a choice if they were comfortable.
But it's not as,
Option one,
Equal
as I
opportunity.
understand it, and Mr. Walker will correct me if I'm mistaken. Option one allows every student the choice of three bathrooms, including in Mrs. Brady, in your hypothetical, that a transgender female, okay, could use the female gender identity bathroom or the male biological sex bathroom.
So you're
Or the
going to
single
opt-
user.
He's going. to
Every
opt.
student has three choices.
on a technical level, yes. On a realistic, reasonable, fair, mental health stability level, no. They do not. I will disagree with you on that.
Well,
And
we
then,
have the same issue with females in their bathroom and a trans girl, which was formerly a boy, they having fear as Mr. Bard's daughter went in. So they have that same anxiety and that issue. So it's the same thing.
That's what I'm trying to point out, is that we're not fixing the situation
I
with that
think we
kind of a
are.
policy.
I
think-
disagree.
And I'd like to question our administrators on how many of the students are currently using the option of the private bathroom? Are you finding that they are overrun with the way you're implementing the
Currently.
system now?
I'd really want to defer to the building principals at that level, but we don't see, at least from some of the conversations that I've had, we don't see an overabundance of use on the single user at restrooms.
Maybe we can ask our students.
Yeah, for the single-use bathrooms, I feel, what I hear is that it's a lot more like, even from like cisgender students, that they feel more comfortable sometimes if like something were to occur and they don't want to be in a public bathroom, then that's fine. The only concern that I have heard about the single-use bathrooms is that the fact that you can lock the door and that there's a room and there's potentially more than one student at a time in those bathrooms. So that's the only concern along the bathrooms that I've heard. And then while I'm here, I had one other explanation, if I could, before we leave. For option 2, when we have the consistent assertion and everything like that, we're not making accommodations to the building at all. It's just whatever they have proven to identify as. Do they still have the option to revert back to the biological? As like that's what we're saying in option 1. Is that similar in option 2? I'm confused at what the difference, like, we're not making changes to the bathroom in option 2, but we are in option 1, but you can still go back and forth. I'm just.
You're
confused
asking
on-
option 2 if they can go back and forth.
No,
Here.
option 1.
Yeah, and then I have a question. What is consistent, like, what is consistency defined as in consistent assertion? How long is it measured? Like, how do you measure that?
Mr. Walker?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's a very good question. The difficulty with this, in defining it, is that it's different for each student's experience, is my understanding, right? So if, as the definition reads right now, it's a steady and constant assertion over time of gender identity, but that may depend on a number of factors, such as that individual student, the involvement of the parent, the age of the student. So it's hard to put a time frame on that. So that intentionally is not there. A good question.
And then for the parent involvement, just so I understand, so I can bring this back, how does this affect students that don't have typical guardians, don't have typical parental figures, like supportive,
Or aren't
like,
supportive.
or
I had that
supportive,
in my notes.
like
What
either
happens
like in the like some type of foster care
So-
situation or
Or
in
just
like a supportive
Your
situation at
biological
all.
parents who don't support your
That's
gender
what I'm
identity.
Wondering as.
So that's when we work very closely with the other mental health professionals. Sometimes students like that, if sometimes they're in counseling and we try to work with their counselor. But because of the age of the student, depending on when they're considering these things, we do have to be careful about disclosure to parents. And I know that doesn't sound good for some parents, but it really is a student choice at that point. What we try to do is encourage the student and the family. We've been in situations already where we've set up mediation or got them outside counseling if they weren't in it to help the family process it. At the last thing the school wants to be doing is inserting themselves in this, but we want to provide resources to our families and let their families sort it out and come to us with what they need.
Okay, and then to jump back to my question before, correct me if I'm wrong, option 2 is with the consistent assertion. It's whatever gender that they have proven that they want to identify as, or like not proven, but like want to identify as. Like consistently, are they, so they're gonna be forced to use that bathroom, and those are the only two, like that option? I'm confused with like, I'm just the options.
So I'm trying to answer those questions. I want to go back to your first one. So we're not talking about changing the physical setup of the bathrooms. There is potential some work around the physical setup of locker rooms from a changing facility standpoint, probably adding curtains, similar to what we did at the middle schools. What we're talking about from the bathroom standpoint would be the labeling of the bathrooms signage. To identify option 1 would be based on biological sex, assigned at birth type of a sign versus using the facility based on the gender you identify with versus single user bathroom.
That's option 1.
That's option 1.
Okay.
Option 2 would then be how they're currently labeled biological sex, male, female, and then should a request come in for an accommodation, and as Dr. Musser has talked about, working with the families and over time, working with the family, working with the student, if there was a request to use a bathroom based on the gender they identify with, that's when we would work again, continue through the process, working with the families, working with the students, and then if everything is good through that process, then they would be able to use the bathroom based on their gender identity. And they're still the same bathrooms, male, female, no name changes, nothing else there.
All right. Like what's happening now, but just putting it in policy. which-
Okay.
Versus just a procedure.
So like option 3, or like for option 1, the student had like the 3 options of whatever bathroom they could choose and then option 2, they only have the 2. Is that like they give you?
Everybody only has. the two.
Everybody only has the 2. Is
Everybody.
that correct? Okay, I'm just
Yeah.
clarifying.
And then in the consistent assertion piece on both, it is, as Dr. Musser was talking about, as we're working with the families, it is documented in our student information system as that, the gender identification has changed.
And to fully answer your question, as far as have we had students that have transitioned back? As a public school, we're here for everybody. So we really don't get into the gender piece, but we've not had that as our experience where a student has went through the process, consistently asserted a gender and then changed that gender. That's just not been our experience to date.
Right. And I know that with the LGBTQ community, that does happen. But it's rare, but I know that happens. So I just want to make sure that we have a policy set up for everybody, so everybody feels supported no matter what journey they go through.
So in our experience, again, when they're along that continuum, where we say questioning, we've had a lot of fluid movement along that continuum, but when they've went through the entire process, sometimes months, and made that decision through as a family, we've not seen that reverse.
And
thank
Ms.
you.
Landis, I can follow up with you, and we can go through this a little bit more if you have any additional questions before you meet the student council, so that
Yeah,
you feel
That
ready to
also
go.
happened. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to make
Yeah.
a point related to the students.
Thank you, Ms. Landis. Thank you, Mr. Albright.
Mr. Donato, I agree with you to get their input, but we got to be careful because if they go back to the students, how many students are they actually reaching? And it's a statistical thing. And with this issue, many students on both sides of the issue are afraid to comment for retribution. I think as board members, we represent the community and it's part of our job to know what people think. And I think we all bring different diverse perspectives to that. But as board members, we also bring that knowledge of what our constituents want and believe.
And you all are part of the community. I mean, the
Yes,
students are.
no,
part of
I wasn't excluding. I'm just saying it's very careful. If you come back and you talk to 10 or 12 people, well, there's 2,200 students in the high school. Is that really representative of what all the students think? That's my only point. It's a statistical thing.
It's always
Mr.
gonna be
Maris, I would point out that as the elected leaders of the student body, we must rely on them to do their jobs. And when they come back and say, this is what the student body says, they get to say that. And if they're not correct, then they have to live with the
Right, and
consequences.
it's similar to your board positions. We have representatives that have been elected by the student body. So they believe that those students will speak how they feel, and then like that comes, so it's the
You-
same thing, like you're speaking on the community, we're speaking on the school.
And do you think the students, though, will share on this topic and
We've-
not be afraid to be open?
We've had, when we do it, like if we opt for an anonymous sort of like send in, they can send in their opinion on how they feel anonymously,
Yeah.
and we won't, like, I did that with even our representatives. I texted them and I was like, hey, if anybody has a strong opinion, like, we can talk about it, and your name never has to be involved. Like, that's my job, and that's why I
Excellent.
felt like the
Thank
need
you.
to be this position.
Yeah, and
Well said.
I appreciate Ms. Landis said at the beginning, I have my thoughts, but I want to collect I'm representing the students as opposed to her thoughts. So I believe that I heard from Dr. Rosman, there's ways of communication. It seems like from going through the high school and seeing the changes that have been made, there's much more open communication going on there.
I love that, by the way.
Yeah, and
Good
then,
example.
and then so once again, because we haven't had time to discuss it as a student council and bring all the students' ideas in. Yeah, we're still open to coming back and like, discussing this once more. And you guys can even come into some of our meetings if that's
Do
of
you-
interest.
Do you happen to know?
Go ahead, sir.
I would say, do you happen to know, will you have a Win 5 between, obviously not between now and our next meeting, in terms of committee meetings, prior to our January 9th meeting?
We do have one meeting before break. We have, I think it's next Thursday. We have a meeting next Thursday.
If one of us came to a meeting, what are the chances that that people would speak, that students would speak openly to us.
That's my.
You know what I mean? Here's, I'm gonna speak openly to my friends and my peers, because I trust my friends and my peers. No offense to, when I was in high school, no offense to anybody that was a parent, my lips were sealed.
Right.
So I'm curious as to how that.
That's totally valid. And like we see that last year we had some topics that we needed to discuss and we did have good discussion and I believe there are a few like adults that weren't normally in the room also in the room. But those students know that like asking to be part of this council and like asking to be represented and going for voting, like you put yourself in that position where like you may be uncomfortable, but you need to speak on behalf of your school. So it's like, it's almost like, yeah, they're uncomfortable, but it's almost like they put themselves in a position where they need to speak.
And having
that
been
makes
part
sense.
of those conversations in the past with other student council representatives, our student council representatives are not afraid to do that. In fact, they engage very well in those difficult conversations.
Good, very good, thank you.
I think Mrs. Brady, and then we'll hear from Ms. Landis and Mr. Albright again. If you-
Okay. First of all, I would love to join you if that's possible. Secondly, I don't think we have nearly enough questions answered to move forward on this with any haste. I would definitely myself want to hear directly from our middle school administrators, but also our elementary administrators. I think policies that are different at each level create problems for perhaps an elementary student who has lived his or her entire life with a gender identity other than their birth sex, and to allow them to have that level of privacy and no one has ever known me differently throughout all of their elementary years, and then to hit middle school or hit high school and have a different way of needing to be differentiated is completely unfair to that child. And we have to keep in mind at all times what is best for all children, what is best for all of them. And as you said, security, safety. But I keep feeling this sense that somehow there is this concept that because a student is transgender, they are somehow more dangerous to the rest of the students. It does not take away a student's level of discomfort. I will accept that. But we as the adults in the room need to get away from the language of transgender and non-binary students somehow being more dangerous to our cisgendered students in the bathroom setting. I remember my days in high school, in middle school. Yes, it was a long time ago, but I was fearful to go to the bathroom, not because of transgender students that may be in there, but because of the other girls that were in there. So I think we have to address that there are dangers and there are fears in the bathroom situation that are not at all necessarily related to a student's gender identity, gender expression. And that we've got to take that language of fear because of a transgender student out of our conversations here, because we are causing harm to that community specifically with much higher rates of absenteeism, which affects their educational outcomes, with health risks, because they too are afraid to go to the bathroom. They have a higher level of assault, 26% higher level of assault in school bathrooms.
And other kids are here.
They are the victims.
And young kids, and all they want to do is protect everybody. I mean, I'm speaking on behalf of my own kids, where they would do anyone to protect anybody, like based on their gender identity. They would throw themselves out there, to support their peers.
That in restrictive policy settings, transgender students have a 36% likelihood of assault against them in restrictive bathroom policy settings. So if we're talking about safety and we're talking about security, we have to look at the numbers, and that's what the numbers tell us, that we need to do a better job protecting our transgender students. We should protect every student. But the numbers are showing us where we're lacking.
And I think we are addressing all the
Mr. Mayor,
students.
after you, Mr.
Go-
Garber has
Go
another.
ahead.
We just wanted to say thank you and that will definitely bring this information back to the student council and then come back to you for more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you both very much for
Have fun
giving up
doing
a
homework.
large part of your evening.
Don't forget
Thank
your homework.
Mr. Bemercy will give you a get out of jail free card on your homework if you ask.
Doubtful.
Mr. Garber.
Yes, I don't think anybody on the board has ever said, we feel a group is more dangerous than others. I mean, I can speak for myself particularly, I've never said that. I also believe that it's looking out for all groups, right? If we want to talk about safety and security and all that stuff, allowing more options, and allowing people to make their own choices, whether they want, is a better option. I'm a firm believer that I think we can make this policy work, and I think we need to keep moving forward with it. We've talked about it for a long time. I'm in favor of moving with 1 and 2. I think 1 for the high school and 2 for the middle school and elementary school.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Garber. I'll make a note of that. All right, any additional comments?
I have never said fear. I don't have that fear. My girls don't have that fear. They just want privacy. That's not how my family views things, and that's not how I do, and that's not how my children. So I really would not like to be labeled that way.
I apologize
So-
if you took that as a personal. I was not directing it at anyone in particular, just in general language in the proposed policy.
Well, I just want to make that clear. My concern is for all of our students to be treated with respect. That means, well, I have already said what in my view that means. And I think that we are wrestling with something that is very difficult. I don't think anybody here is looking to ostracize any student, to go, you're bad, you're negative, or whatever, I'm afraid of you. I don't think so. I can't speak for the experiences that children might be having in the school building. But I also know that I've got 5 kids. There's some of them, either sex, they don't go to the bathroom at school, period. Doesn't matter who's in the bathroom, they don't go. So, I just want to make it clear that fear, for me, that is not a multiplier, that's not an influence, nothing at all.
That's why I'm so thankful what's going on currently is respectful.
I'm
You know,
sorry, it's the-
But what is going on now is so respectful and is, in that vein of what you're explaining. It just,
I'm not ready to make a decision, and I think we might need a little more thought and discussion about this.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? Mr. Walkerman.
Just to wrap this up for tonight, I mean, I would just suggest that I could get behind the continued work towards considering option 1 for the high school and option 2 for the middle school. And primarily I say that because the practical matters that we face with the structure of those buildings and how it's designed don't really allow us to look at anything else and a consistent policy unless we would look at option 2 for both. So I think we need to continue to look at these further, but I'm very practical and I'm not ready to spend thousands and thousands of dollars. If it's $10,000 to put up some curtains, I can get behind that. I'm talking about real renovations required because we have backups in the bathrooms and because we have, we're funneling 1,700 students into 2 or 3 bathrooms that used to have 6 to use. So we have to be realistic about this. The other thing I think we need to remember is that if we set a policy and we find out that we are having problems, because we're not going to have all the answers, I live and die by the 80-20 rule. You might know about 80% of what you're going to be addressing, and the other 20%, you're not going to find out until you move. So if we move and we find out it's not working or it's not correct, there's absolutely no reason we can't come back and revisit these policies, as long as we haven't made any major decisions to physically change the structure of the buildings that would require millions of dollars to spin it back the other way. So as long as we're careful in how we do it, we're not, again, I go back to the fact that this isn't set in stone, and there's going to be parts of this that we're not going to know until we go. And so I think we have to be comfortable not having 100% of the answers as we begin to look into this, but also be comfortable with admitting if we didn't get it right and make adjustments along the way. As long as what we did isn't, we're not beholden to everything that we did, the point that we can't reverse that or adjust it.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Does anyone else have any more comments to make? Otherwise, I think we'll go around and determine if we have 5 votes to move forward with a particular option for first reading.
I'd just like to say, I feel like we need to talk to more stakeholders.
Pardon me?
I think before we move forward, we need to talk to more stakeholders directly.
Okay, so you're
to-
saying, you're saying not yet would be your vote?
That would
Okay.
be, yes.
All right, Mr. Maris.
And you're proposing 1, 2, and 2?
Yeah, I think the choices on the table, from what I've heard, and if I've misheard this, please correct me, is 1, 2, 3, or not, or neither, not yet, or the hybrid 1, 2, 1 for the middle, I'm sorry, 1 for the high school, 2 for the middle.
Mr. Keener, if I can, just from a timeline standpoint, if this is still looking to end up on next Tuesday for potential, because of the significant drafting change that's going to need to take place because of the marrying of the 2 policies, because they'll be accepted in the system as a gender in the middle school and then going to the high school. That's not going to be like, we're going to have to do some drafting work around that. I just want to make sure we have time to do that work. If
Dr.
that's-
Musser, I have
if that's
every
the wish of the board.
confidence in your ability and Mr. Walker's ability to implement whatever decision the board might make.
Correct. And just one more point of clarification. We asked students to come back and they
Yeah,
have only.
And they can still do that at first reading. Remember, this is still first reading and things can.
Right. So you were talking about January 9th.
No, I'm talking about the
That was
timeline
my-
that all of us agreed to.
No, nobody has agreed to that timeline, Mr. Keener.
Yeah.
That's something that was discussed tonight where you
Correct.
said that could be an option, but we asked students to talk to their peers to be able to bring that information back. So I'm just trying to get clarity
I
on.
believe we asked someone asked Mr. Walker over here, I don't remember who, about policies across the state. Like the big versus just the couple of school districts that you've implemented something similar to draft 1. And you said you couldn't really, right?
Well, I was just asking, are we
Yeah.
waiting for students to come back
Students
or are you
and
looking
others.
to move forward with
I
potentially?
think that's a decision for the
Correct,
board
and
to
I-
make.
I just
That's
wanted to bring
not-
that
that's
back
not
up.
My decision or your
Correct.
decision.
That's why I'm just
That's
bringing it
it.
back up for clarification as to the next step.
All right, Mr. Maris.
I would be in favor of pursuing the option 1 for the high school and then 2 and 2 for the elementary and middle school,
Okay, thank
pursuing
you.
that option.
Mrs. Asherman.
I would say I'd want to get more information from students and other stakeholders too. I think
So-
that we haven't really,
So not yet.
not yet.
Mr. Walker.
I
Oh,
would-
yeah, never mind. You already said, sorry. Mr. Wagner.
I don't know, which tells me that I want to hang tight. I know where I stand. I know what I would want to do, where my brain is at, but it ain't about me. So for that reason, I'm going to hang tight for just now.
Okay, so not yet or not? Okay,
Yes.
Mr. Donato. Not yet. Mrs. Johnston.
Not yet.
Not yet. Mrs. Brady.
Not
Oh,
yet.
not yet. And I am in favor of either of 1 for the high school and 2 for the middle school.
And Mr. Garber?
We do not have 5 votes.
What about
Mr.
So
Garber?
I do have 5 votes. Oh, Mr. Garber already voted. Mr.
Yeah, I stick
Garber,
with my stance.
pardon me, Mr. Garber?
Idea, yeah.
You said 1 and 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I stick with that, with what I said previously.
Okay,
1 and
so
2.
5 board members have indicated that they are not ready to make a decision. 4 board members have indicated that they are in favor of option 1 for the high school and option 2 for the middle school. So we will not proceed with first reading on any policy. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion by Mr.
Second.
Johnson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Maris. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.